Hello. Hi, everybody. Hello. Happy Thursday. Welcome on in. Hi. Hi, hi, hi. Thanks for your patience the past few days. I had it's work has been like picking up, so I've had a lot of it's been really difficult to balance streaming with IRL work that's been coming up my way. As you know, last week I had a commercial I was styling, and then I had COVID, and this week I had a music video I was styling. But I'm so excited, that's actually going to be coming out really soon, and I think you're going to be really hyped about it. I worked with some amazing people who you know of, so I'm very excited. And then next week, I have a short film that I'm costume designing. So my IRL life has been like really crazy this month. So I'm really sorry that streams has been a little inconsistent. There's been also some things happening behind the scenes. You know, I know there's a lot of stuff about the V Shoujo discussion happening. There's I've been navigating the stuff with Next behind the scenes and wanted to talk about that. Um, and yeah, it's been like it's yeah, we're all gonna talk about it. I'm excited to kind of catch up with all of you and provide a lot of clarity on a lot of different things. Um, and yeah. Uh yeah. I'm very glad to be hanging out with all of you for a little bit today and talking. And then I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a really fun collab planned. Very, very excited. So looking forward to catching up with all of you. But let's see. We're gonna do lots of yapping. Today's a yap day, and we're listen. A lot of stuff is gonna be discussed, and yeah, it's gonna be great. I look forward to seeing you on the other side. Get your emotes ready. Get ready to wiggle your hiney, and let's do it, shall we? Let's do it. Let's do it. Get ready. We're gonna open these doors, and a lot of stuff. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. See you on the other side. with Ray. We've been trying to collab for ages. I'm so excited to play with my Puerto Rican brother from another mother, who shares my birthday. Very excited to hang with Ray. Glasses Journal. We're gonna be playing with Onsta. If you don't know Onsta, Onsta's an amazing VTuber. We're also gonna be playing with Smilky and with Sayu. So that's tomorrow. Very, very excited. So I did want to do some more catching up today in terms of that. But yes. Oh, hi, Angel. Welcome on in. Hi, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, hi, hi. Hello, hello. Hi, Emmy. Thank you so much for your sub with Prime. Thank you, honey. Mwah. Thank you so much. It's so good to see you all. Oh, thank you so much. It's nice to see you. Hello, hello. Hi, hi, hi. Hello. First of all, what's the heaviest? Wait, what? Wonton? Oh my God. What's the heaviest soup? Wonton? Oh Jesus. Okay. 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 Gambit's sleeping right now. Gambit's taking a little nappy nap. Let's wake him up. Hold on. Let's wait. Oh, okay. Let's wake Gambit up. He was like, okay, people are here. Okay. First of all, let me address this confusion. It is not my birthday. Okay. Don't listen to Omni. Omni does this every single time I'm live. It is not my birthday. Okay, my birthday's in September. I'm a September baby. Okay, my parents decided to have a little, have a little Wookiee Snooky in the new year, and then I popped out 9 months later. So I'm a September baby. I don't know that. That's the mental lore. That's my headcanon from my parents. We've never talked about it. You don't talk about sex in a Latin household. As a matter of fact, as far as I'm concerned, I was conceived via immaculate conception. But I'm a September baby. I'm a September baby. My birthday is not now. Okay, it is not my birthday. Okay. It's not my birthday. But yes, it's very good to see you all. It's very good to see you all. I wanted to pin this actually as we talk today. Man, what? Wow! Takes a drag of a cigarette. Wow, I can't believe what a month it's been. Wow, it's been so crazy. This whole, it's been, yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you, SpongeBob, for working on the floors. They've been needing some sprucing up. Okay. I wanted to do this. Let me just pin this quickly. This is really important. Wait, I forgot to do it. Please. Hi, Sensei. Welcome on in. Okay. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. All right. There we go. Okay, great. Did I type that correctly? I think so. There you go. It's so crazy. So obviously there's a lot to talk about in terms of what's happening in the space, obviously. But first of all, as you know, Iron Mouse is fundraising for the Immunodeficiency Fund. I always have to type it out because every time I put IDF, people are like, oh my God, I can't believe Iron Mouse is fundraising for the Israeli defense. No, it's for the Immunodeficiency Fund, people. Come on. Take like 2 seconds to do your fucking research. And so, Immunodeficiency Fund, please see the pinned. Yes, maybe. Oh, yes. Thank you, Summer Hop. I will do that. We're going to turn off Tangia because we're going to do lots of talking and, it's going to be a little bit more serious. And just catching up on things. But as you know, Iron Mouse is fundraising for the Immunodeficiency Fund. Last night, they hit over $1 million in fundraising in 72 hours. 72 hours. They've raised, we as a community have raised over over $1 million as a VTubing community. And I have to say, like, there's so much caca happening right now. There's so much shit happening, right? Hold on. I don't know if it was like 40. Listen. Listen. I do costumes and styling for a living. I don't know math, okay? Time is an amorphous concept. It was 36 hours. Oh, wow, Mirrors, thank you so much. Yes, I was lurking in her stream yesterday. So great. But please, if you, please take a moment to donate to the Immunodeficiency Fund Foundation. I think with all the stuff that's been happening, I think it's a true testament. I know that there's always like, here's the thing. Here's the real thing. Entertainment is a gnarly business. Entertainment is a gnarly business. You're going to have, it doesn't matter what sector you're in within entertainment. And I think this goes in life, but I think especially in entertainment business, and I say this as somebody who's been in the business for a very long time, it attracts a lot of different kinds of people and personalities. You're going to have people who, there's complicated business things that happen. There's a lot of pieces to a puzzle. There's a lot of contracts, NDAs. And there's also, it attracts a lot of different kinds of people. It attracts people who sometimes are narcissistic. They're egocentric. You're going to have people who are selfish, not empathetic. You're going to have a lot of different kinds of people. But also at the same time, you're also going to have amazing people in that space who know what it's like when they were inspired by the people that they looked up to and want to do good because of the people that they looked up to in this space. And they want to bring joy and happiness to a lot of other people by the work that they do. And I think if there is no better reflection of iMouse's character than in the community that she has, and I think that reflects the goodness of the VTuber space in general, which is that I know that there's a lot of bad stuff that can happen, right? We've seen a lot of not great things happen, obviously the VShojo stuff, but there's a lot of other people and companies that I think, we see.
Tim Tams.
Oh, yes, you're welcome. Oh, Palamedes, welcome on in. Hello, welcome on in. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Welcome on in. Nice to have you in. My name is Miss Lala. I'm a 1950s dino waitress VTuber serving up fun in the 21st century. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. We just kind of opened the doors and we're catching up. We're going to be doing lots of yapping today. There's some things that there's a lot of things I got to talk about. And so I want to, talk about it. But, yes, welcome on in. I hope you had a great time, with your people. My coffee just arrived. Perfect timing. 'Cause I was like, I'm like half awake. I'm very physically tired because this is how you know how crazy life has been. It's been so stressful and draining, and I had COVID and everything that my period actually came like 2 weeks early. Like I had my period during AX and now it's like 2 weeks later and it came, and I'm usually very regular. So I've been just in a lot of crazy amount of pain the past few days because it feels very different because it came earlier. So, and then on top of that, I've had work and stuff. So I'm very physically exhausted and emotionally exhausted. But for a lot of different reasons. But basically, that's to say that it is what I was saying before was I really hope people see that there is more good than bad. I really see that because I know that there's a lot of hurt and there's been a lot of hurt this year, but I really think that there is more good than bad in this space. And if the fundraising, if the charity work is not the charity work that Iron Mouse does and the community at large rising to the call of supporting that cause is not it's not hard evidence that we will champion for good at the end of the day always, and we will always come together to do good at the end of the day. I hope that that is something that people really remember and focus on, because I know sometimes like people have sentiments that the VTubing community can be whatever, whatever, or the industry. And I just think that there is moments like this where we are so strong. We have such a special relationship with the people we look up to in this space, and we're very passionate about the people we look up to this space, our Oshis or our favorite streamers, our favorite VTubers, and VTuber communities. The collective VTuber communities are some of the most passionate, powerful people and supporters. And I think that the past few days have been a really, really great example of that. And I think it's just really important to remember that. And I think it also goes to show that I think there's been a lot of hurt for a lot of different people, and you know, that we can rely on each other a little bit more. I think a big sore point in this community, in this industry, is communication. I think people are afraid to communicate to one another, to share with one another, because I know sometimes we're afraid of maybe the intentions of other people, or on the other hand, we're afraid if we're a burden to other people or if our business is our business. But if there's something that I've learned by working in film, it's that you have to really build not only a community of friends that you can rely on personally that will have your back, but also professionally. People that you can check facts with, people that you can talk about things with, people who will have your back and encourage you to advocate for yourself. And I say this also as somebody who's been navigating that myself, because I feel like I haven't stood up for myself a lot in my career. I feel like some of that has also translated into this space where I feel like I haven't had my own back, and other people have had to shake me to have my own back, and that I need to advocate for myself a little bit more. And I think that's been a big part of this year, has been a big lesson that I've been learning and I've been trying to focus on. I'm clipping this. She's holding this as Summer Hoff is going to use this as blackmail. She's going to use this as blackmail for me. She's like, the next time you come to me, I want you to know. I think it's really hard. Oh. I'm gonna, there's one thing I'm gonna say. Please don't mention any celebrities passing, please. I really appreciate it. Please don't do that while somebody is streaming. You don't know the relationship that a streamer has in terms of how that person is. So politely ask not to do that. I am also turning off TTS for this portion because, and like Tangio alerts, because we're doing some talking and all that stuff. So just a heads up. But thank you so much, Pikamitsu, for the bits. I appreciate that. I'm just going to say that just because, just to be respectful. You don't know, like, obviously there's been some celebrity passings in the past couple of days that they're not my I wasn't particularly they weren't like some of my personal idols, but I obviously understand the impact that they had. But if you say that to other people who may have had a much closer relationship to them, you want to be respectful of that, and you don't want that to be how they find out. So just be respectful of somebody's space as they're streaming. And Landon, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the tier 1 for 23 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mwah. Thank you, thank you. Yes, it has definitely been a rough week. It's been a rough month. It's been crazy because I feel like on one hand, there's been some really great things that have happened. This year has been a very big roller coaster for a lot of different reasons, which is why I wanted to talk about. It has been some of the most interesting, best of times, and it's also been the most devastating of times for us this year for a lot of reasons. There's been a lot of stuff we haven't talked about because there's a lot of stuff that's been happening personally that we've been navigating, and it's been very demanding on us. And it's been a lot, I guess. So there's a lot of stuff. Okay. I literally wrote this down so that I can kind of break this down. I feel like, okay. So I wanted to talk about the next competition. I wanted to talk about Vishojo. I wanted to talk about, I wanted to make an announcement about Advanced GG. And some other stuff. So, I'm trying to figure out what's the best way of doing this. What makes the most sense to talk about this. Okay. So the first thing I think to talk about, because you've been waiting to hear about it, is I'm discovering. Oh, thank you, Bello. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That really means a lot. You know what? I'll start with Next. So I need to talk about Next. Because Next it's a complicated situation because I first want to say I made decisions for Next that I do not regret. I do not regret being a part of the show. I'm very honored still to have been a part of the show because for me, being a part of Next, of course, being in the running to have like the opportunity to win $10,000 and then ultimately, like if I moved on to the finals to win $75K was like a huge opportunity to be like, wow, that'd be amazing. But like, that wasn't my North Star for the experience. That's not why I really said yes. First of all, it was like, cool. It was said yes. I was obviously, by being in the show, you're paid. So I was like, okay, so I will obviously, I appreciate that. So there was definitely a financial aspect of me wanting to be a part of the show. But there was also what ended up kind of pushing me and motivating me because to continue was I really wanted, this year was all about like pushing myself outside of my comfort zone. That was like a big deal for me. And when I had the phone call to be a part of Next, I was told at a certain point, they would not be able to accommodate me as a VTuber in the finale if I made it that far. So they gave me the choice that if I wanted to be a part of the competition, I would have to be okay with appearing on camera. That was the very first phone call. They called me and asked me first, okay? Now, I know a lot of people are like, thank you so much for the hype train. Now, hold on. Before people get, I want, before people start getting upset, I understand from a production point of view how, if they were planning on doing physical challenges like relay races or stuff like that, it's very complicated to do that as a VTuber. So I understood what they meant by that in terms of physically, it would be very difficult to implement a system that could accommodate. Okay. And and I was like, okay. And I was like, so you couldn't accommodate like an iPad situation. And they were like, we did talk about it because the competition, because here's the thing, Progressive was interested in having VTubers involved. And so they were trying to figure out how that was going to work. And they were having a lot of difficulty. So from my knowledge, apparently, this is something that they asked of all like the VTubers who they were considering or whatever. And so for me, at this point, when I had this phone call with Next, as you remember, in the spring, I already, it would have been hilarious. Can you imagine if they put on one of those like robotic like dog things that the government is building that they that they put a fucking iPad strapped to his my face being like, ah. Would have been fucking wild. It would have been so crazy. but in the spring, I was having, so here, VShojo and Next are tied. And I say that because okay. Hold on. Hold on. I need to hold on. Give me just a second. I'm so sorry. Like give me just a second. Let me okay, hold on. Give me a second. I gotta get my coffee and also like okay. Okay. I've never done like a thing like this where I talk like about a situation or whatever. So this is a lot for me. I've never like talked about behind the scenes things, and I want to be careful. I want to be respectful for people who are involved. This is not, I don't want this to be like this isn't about like fuck these people or whatever. It's yeah, that's why I wanted to share my piece about this and kind of talk about it. But hold on. Just literally a second. Look at the femme gremlin. Just give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry about that. Okay. So sorry. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Cheryl the Pissy. Oh, thank you. Okay, so, okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Okay. I made it to round 4 of the VShojo auditions. I had applied. I had made it to round 4 of the VShojo auditions. I was like second to the last round in terms of VShojo auditions. and I was completely devastated. At the end of last year, I was completely devastated. I was so devastated and distraught. And I absolutely lost my cough. I lost my I lost lost a lot of confidence when that had happened. I was really heartbroken. And it took me a long time to kind of emotionally recover because I really badly wanted to be a part of the company. As you know, Iron Mouse, I love her so much. She was the reason why I started doing this. And so many of the other girls and in the organization I looked up to so much, and I really wanted to be a part of it. And I was completely devastated. And going into, at the end of the last year, I got the news 2 days before I flew to spend Thanksgiving with my family. And I'm really grateful that that happened because that was with my family. And they got to like have my back. And one of the things that has been very rewarding as a VTuber is that I've worked 12 years in the entertainment industry in the work that I've done. It is always so weird to have these conversations with a VTuber model because VTuber models can't fucking cry. It's like so funny to me. Oh, sorry. I one of the reasons I've loved being a VTuber is that being a costume designer and stylist for over a decade, for 12 years now, I have done so much work. I have been involved in my union. I have worked really hard to be recognized for my work. I was part of the DEI initiative of my union. I was fighting for mentorship programs in my union that that nobody wanted to listen to. They didn't want to uplift other people. I've been very passionate about things like that for a long time. And by being a VTuber and in my work 12 years, I feel like I have never been heard or taken seriously, both as a female professional and as a costume designer that within the scale of that industry, I scale on the younger side. And my work, I may have not worked on a Oscar award-winning film, but I have worked really hard and done some very good work. And for the first time in my life, by being a VTuber, that hard work has been seen and positively received. And for the first time in my life, people have said my name in rooms when in my own career they haven't. And Iron Mouse is one of those people. And she always says my name in rooms. And so many people have said my name in rooms, and I felt very, very validated in this space because I get to work to my truest self as an artist. And it's been really rewarding, and this is why I never want to let this go. This has been so wonderful and so fulfilling. I put up with a lot of shit in my career, from like abuse, both in like labor abuse, unpaid work, sexual harassment and abuse. It's been so hard and being a VTuber has been very healing for me. It's been very healing for me in so many ways. And I was hoping, and I know it's silly to put your weight on something that you think, and I've been working very hard to be a full-time streamer and creator. And sorry, I did not expect to be this way, but it is. I was devastated because I thought that, and I know it's very silly, but it was like, wow, I kind of wanted this as like, I wanted my Pretty Woman moment. And for those who haven't seen the movie, which is crazy because it's an iconic movie with Julia Roberts and and Richard Gere. There's this moment where Julia Roberts, if you don't know the movie, she's a prostitute who then gets hired by Richard Gere and to be like his date for like a week basically, but then he doesn't treat her like a prostitute, like he because she like basically he like treats her with a lot of respect and stuff like that, and then they end up falling in love. Spoiler, it's a great movie. And she goes to Beverly Hills. There's this famous scene where she goes to Beverly Hills and he gives her a credit card to go shopping, and he's like, I want you to buy something nice. And she's like, okay. And she goes to this Beverly Hills boutique, and the women there are very condescending because she's, she doesn't have like nice clothes. She just has whatever she has. And they're like, they kind of like are super condescending and like kick her out. And then she comes back the next day after like somebody like helps her like get her closet and stuff all updated. And she goes back to the same boutique with a bunch of bags in hand. And she's like all dressed up. And she goes back to the same boutique and she's like, all of you work off of commission, right? And they're like, yeah. And she's like, yeah, remember me? I came in yesterday. She's like, big mistake. Huge mistake. Because basically they could have made like so much money, but because they were such assholes to her. And I always say that I want my like big mistake, huge mistake moment, but it really like I wanted that because of like my personal journey in entertainment. Like VTubing has been so healing for me because I've been able to prove that I have had something to offer for a long time, and I feel for the first time seen in my late 30s for the first time I'm feeling like I'm being seen for the work that I do. And it's a lot. And so for that to happen, it like brought up a lot of insecurities and feelings of not feeling worth it, right? Because you don't know, and here's the thing, when you audition in life, right? It's very, very normal. It is very, very normal that when you audition, you don't really get a reason why they didn't go with you. You don't know. You just never know. It could be when an actor, actress, performer is auditioning a role, it could be as simple as their nose wasn't right, or somebody's cousin got the role, or they were just looking for something. There could be a million reasons, but you're usually not informed of those reasons. I realized one of these Stream Element timers I have to turn off because it's they're done. So I was very devastated when I was rejected, and I didn't know kind of what to do. Because I felt not good enough. I felt like I didn't know what I was missing. And for me, I look at, and I want to be clear, this is not a reflection of any of you, and I really, really want that to be clear about that. This is not about any of you or if I'm ungrateful of the support, but obviously it's very hard in a streamer's journey and in a creator's journey to be a full-time creator. It is very difficult. People whose numbers you think are big does not reflect the financial reality that they are navigating. Um, you know, and for me, I live in an expensive city. My overhead is expensive. Um, if I were to move to somewhere else, it would be a lot easier to live. But because of my career outside of VTubing, um, I the cities I live in are because they are the hubs of production, and living in other cities is not really so much an option. And especially because it's not only me, it is also my partner, my husband, who also works in this industry. And so becoming a full time creator is really challenging when you're used to a certain income level, and you have to hit a certain income level. And so for me, not only was it devastating in terms of VShojo, because of my personal value of myself, it was also because I saw in the horizon, finally, I may have had a way out. Maybe I had a way out. And that was like on the horizon. And you know what? I'm going to be honest. I submitted my audition video and I was like, I don't even know if I'm going to make it past the first round because of my style of VTuber. I don't even know I'm what they're looking for. And I was very surprised when I got the news that I made it. Actually, I was collabing with Aki, and I saved the clip a long time ago, but we were collabing and there was a moment where I kind of went like like my reaction was caught on stream and I was like, I can't say anything. And then this is just to go to show like, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is this isn't really, this isn't to say like I want to make it clear. The point of me mentioning this has nothing to do with, wow, I fucking dodged a bullet. That is not the point of this. This actually ties to next in a roundabout way, because the whole point of this is to talk about like my journey of my self-worth and value, which has been a really big process that I've had to relearn because I have been so knocked down in my career that the past few days and actually being a VTuber has had me be able to have my back more a lot in my life and in my career outside of VTubing. So thank you for having my back. But when I did the first call, this is just to show, when I had the first interview with VShojo, I was so nervous. And I thought I did so badly that the minute we hung up, I called my mom and I was just crying. I was sitting in my chair crying because I thought I did so terribly and I was so mad at myself. And I remember my mom, she always says that I put a lot of pressure on myself all the time. And thank you for the hydrate. I put a lot of pressure on myself, and I also like I always demand very, very high expectations of myself, and I felt like I bombed the interview. And I was so mad at myself because I was just so nervous. And Friday at TwitchCon was when I received the email after that call that I was moving on to the next round. And Summer Hop and I were in the Devolver Suite at TwitchCon. And we were just talking about some plans for the day because it was a very, very busy weekend, TwitchCon. And literally in the middle of the conversation, I got a ping on my phone, and I looked at my phone and I saw the subject, and I literally started sobbing in the Devolver Suite because I made it to the next round. And I just started crying in the Devolver Suite, and everybody's turning around thinking like my fucking grandmother died or something. I was like, don't worry, they're already dead. I can't cry about them anymore. And I was like, and she was just like, what happened? And then she's like, she started punching my arm, and she's like, I fucking told you. And I was like, I was crying so much because it was very validating, but also it was like really hard. Like, and what was something that was really important that happened through the process of going through auditions was that I had a friend who was helping me, who has like prep people for, who has helped with other interviews and stuff, just in life in general. And he's a very dear, close friend of mine. Oh, Willow, thank you so much. Oh, and I'm so sorry I'm missing the sub notifications. Error Zero, thank you for tier 1. Thank you so much, honey. Mwah. And thank you so much. Oh my God. What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Thank you so much. That's very sweet of you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Willow. Thank you very much. That's very sweet of you. Thank you, Willow. That's very, very nice of you. Thank you. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you, Becca. Thank you. Thank you very much for the 10 gifted. What the hell? This isn't to elicit pity, I promise. I just wanted to be super transparent because I feel like I put on a brave face all the time, and I just want to finally be really fucking transparent about a lot of the stuff I've been going through and navigating. And I feel like I've admired a lot of other streamers' ability to be really transparent and really emotionally forthright. And I feel like I have self-curated myself in such a way because I'm afraid of being like publicly sad or things like that and stuff. So it's just been a lot. Oh, thank you, Tashi. Thank you. Thank you. What the heck? Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If you got a gifted sub, make sure to thank your gifters because that's the right thing to do. But basically, the important thing, I am so grateful that I went through the process of auditioning to V Shoujo because in that time, I basically had to therapize and learn. I literally was having interview prep sessions that were really more like therapy sessions because I was having to teach myself that I deserve to be in the room and that I deserve to have the opportunities that I've had. Because for so long I really wanted to quit the film industry in 2021 so badly because I had such a horrible experience. And it was just like on the back of years of like having terrible stuff. And so I just felt like I wasn't good at what I did. I didn't feel like I offered anything creatively. And for me, I've been doing costuming since I was 13, and it's been a way that I have in times of like frustration or work or sadness, I've always turned to art as a way to be able to exercise a lot of those feelings. And so for me, it's not like creativity is not just something I like to do. It literally is something that has saved my life and my life. And so to know that I have found a new place for it was wonderful. And so the process of that, thank you, Madarek. That was very sweet of you. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Thank you. But it was it was really important because that process taught me to have my back. And I didn't expect to even go as far as I did. And even though I was completely devastated, because I even said it to Summer Hop, I was like, with every round that I go further, I know the heartbreak will be greater. And I spent months learning how to lift myself up. I even wrote down because one of the homework exercises that my friend gave me was to write down, like, what is the day after your interview? And hold on, I think I have it. Where is it? Hi, Gambit. Oh. Thank you, by the way, to Cool Cat Alley. And then there was another gremlin who had gotten plushies recently, like the capybara donut that was from the Lalathon. And then I got a pigeon plushie. Gambit's literally sleeping on them right now. It's very cute. But let's see. Where did I? Okay. So I wrote this down. I wrote down, Dear Past Lala, right? Because this was part of my exercise. It said, Dear Past Lala, you did it, a second interview with VShojo. Isn't that sentence crazy to think about? 2 years into VTubing and you're interviewing with the biggest Western VTubing agency. You're up against probably titans in this space, and yet, like David to Goliath, you're showing them and the space that size does not equal power. I think TwitchCon was a necessity. It gave you the tools to face your inner demons and proudly claim you're enough. For 4 days, you received validation for your hard work and perseverance. And today, you showed them that you're someone to remember, an asset and a team player. A humble innovator who firmly understands her value while showcasing your kindness and lightness. You're probably tired of the I told you so's, but I'm really proud that you let the love and affirmations from both your friends, family, and community to give you the strength to stand tall. Be proud that you're putting your best self out there no matter what happens. You've proven that you have something to offer unlike anyone else, and that in itself is a win. And basically, I know this sounds really strange, but in a really weird roundabout way, cool. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid, honey. Thank you, cool. Thank you, cool. Hi, everybody. My name is Miss Lala. I'm a 1950s diner waitress VTuber serving up fun in the 21st century. Today we're doing yapping, but we're talking. It's a bit more of a serious conversation day. But we're talking about a lot of different things that have been happening, and specifically my emotions and place in all of this. And once again, the things that I'm talking about are not to take away from what is happening with the people who are directly affected. It plays into some other things that I've been navigating. That's the purpose of me talking about these things. In other words, and please, pinned in the chat is a link to Tiltify, where there's Iron Mouse is raising money for the Immunodeficiency Fund, and so if you have a moment, to please check it out. Every dollar counts. Yesterday they had over 1 million, and so I think we're trying to see how even farther we can go. Iron Mouse has done so much for this space. There's been a lot of XV Shoujo members who have done so much for VTubing. So I feel like this is just a way to say thank you for the big impact they've had, and especially Iron Mouse. So if you can have a moment, please check that out. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's so nice to meet you, Koo. Thank you so much, honey. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you for sharing your community. I hope you had a wonderful time. Yes, they did it. They surpassed the 500K that was owed, and then so much more, which it is a positive reminder that I feel like love will conquer. Love will conquer. But basically, so yes. So basically, so anyway, the whole reason I'm talking about this is that so I was in a very, so I spent months working on my self-worth and value, and when I was rejected, I felt like a lot of that, in a moment's notice, I felt like that hard work was ripped away. But that is not to say, that I was, at the end of the day, they were looking for something. It was just a matter of, this all has to do with my self-value and worth. It took a long time for me to then come back around and find that again. At the beginning of the year, there was a lot of other things that were happening. There was the fires in Los Angeles, which was very emotionally exhausting and horrifying and stuff, which affected like the entire film industry. Once again, it affected a lot of people that I know, personally, not just adjacently, like good friends that I know. And my parents sold their home, the home that I grew up in, and I was in New York, and so I was like, okay, I have to help them with this, and they only had like what was going to be a 3-year timeline became a 3-month timeline in terms of this move. And then I had work. I had gotten a job. I'd booked a short film while I was in New York. And so at the beginning of the year, there was like, I was still very devastated. I couldn't feel like, I didn't know what my path forward was, because I just didn't know what to do. I had come up with plans for the year, but starting off the bat, the year started off so rough. The film industry, which already was on its knees, then got knocked even further, which meant like our income was going to be even further impacted. It was just a lot of stuff. And so then I put all my energy and focus into the Hope for Endo stream at the beginning of the year. And even with the Hope for Endo stream, there was a lot of frustrating things that were happening behind the scenes in terms of putting that together. And I just felt like I was not getting a break. Obviously, in February, I'd gotten into a car accident. And then I had the Hope for Endo stream. I'm dealing with my parents moving. I'm dealing still with feeling like I have nothing to offer. And I was just in an emotional fog for the first few months of the year. And after the endo stream, it was just like I couldn't catch a break. Like on the day of the endo stream, I got my period and I was in such physical pain that, and once, like, and I was crying and I was just so amazed. And no, Gambit, don't lick that. You know that you're not supposed to lick that, honey. Gambit went to the vet earlier this week. Because his paw, he has a little infection on his paw and he keeps on trying to lick the bandage. But it was after the endo stream that I started to feel like, and that's because, like, you reminded me, like, that the work that I do is not for nothing. And doing charity work is so important. And and that was so fulfilling, and it's why I'm very passionate about charity work, because as I said before, like, in my career, I have always advocated. I've always tried to uplift others. Like I said, I like pitched a mentorship program to my union. I did the research to do it. They turned it down because verbatim, they were like, well, other people are worried that mentorship programs are just a way for people to have their jobs taken. That was the sentiment. When I was part of the DEI committee of my union, I proposed a lot of different ideas, and a lot of people brushed them off because I was younger, or I didn't have, like, there's a lot of like if you think that fucked up things only happen in the VTubing space or in the streaming space, it is all over entertainment, I promise you. And it just proved that my ideas and to advocate for other people is really, really important, especially people who may not be able to advocate for themselves, which is why it is especially so nefarious what happened with VShojo. It's so upsetting. It is so fucking upsetting. And I can't imagine how everybody there is feeling, but it's just like, how fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you take away the goodwill that was meant for, you took the goodwill and the funds for people that needed it, and you just did it to fix your own problems. Like, it's just so upsetting. Anyway, and especially when you know that people like fight for it because they are people that are affected by it. Like, so upsetting. But anyway, so after the Hope for Endo, I was I had some work, and I got a call. I got a call about Next, and this is and so all the stuff about the VShojo stuff is to help provide context for Next. And when I got one thing that I was thinking, because I just didn't know how to move forward, I thought, I was struggling because it's not, it's not like, I'm trying to, in my journey of trying to figure out how to make this full time, I'm trying to make the business decisions that make the most sense. And I talked to both Summer Hop and to Don Don, and I was like, I feel like I'm trying, because I'm like, okay, I want to have I'd like to have sponsorships. I'd like to develop brand relationships. But one thing that became apparent at TwitchCon last year was that some brands and sponsorships have a lot of trepidation working with VTubers. And oh my God, that's so good. Oh my God. Sorry, I took the first sip of my coffee. I needed that so badly. Nothing heals a heart quite like coffee. I realized that if companies and brands have trepidation working with VTubers, not all, some, and I'm interested in growing my business, I may have to, in the interest of my business, I may need to, show my face and show myself more. And so this was a conversation I started having at the beginning of the year. And just a reminder, Will Neff, one of the, isn't what, yes, exactly. You do not need, you don't need a company necessarily to manage your stuff. Agencies are different, but I will say, and I will tell you what that, there is a difference, right? And I know when you say the word agencies, maybe sometimes people feel like within the context of oh, sorry, honey, hold on. Gambit wanted to be let out of the room. When it comes to agencies, I know a lot of times when people think of agencies, they think of maybe like a VTuber agency or something. But in the greater network of the entertainment industry, agencies really help you navigate contracts and sponsorship deals. So I think it may be beneficial to have an agent and to have an agency in that sense, right? Because they understand industry standards in terms of practices, but they should not, when it comes to that, there should always be transparent communication in terms of financials, and there is a system that is in place. I don't know if I have shared this with my community before, but I believe I have. But I am like everyone knows that I'm a costume designer and a stylist. I am a union costume designer and stylist. I also do have an agent. I am part of an agency. It is one of the top 5 agencies in Hollywood. That's not for me to say, oh, for clout reasons. That's just to say, like, they work with a lot of different people and a lot of different clients. My agency specializes in what's called BTL roles in production, which is below the line roles in production. So that means cinematographers, production designers, costume designers, things like that. And so, there's when it comes to that, I have that. So I have experience with that. And so I think that there is something to be said about that. Also, I keep on forgetting. I keep on forgetting to have this one. Sorry. But yeah, so I don't think maybe necessarily being part of a group in the traditional sense, like if you're looking for like a group that handles all your stuff, if you're interested in being part of a like a corpo, that is entirely your own decision. I think at a certain point in your career, if you're doing this as a career, you should maybe add people to your team that help you navigate contracts and stuff, just so you have the legal assistance and then you're trying to not be taken advantage of, right? But that's a whole other thing. But basically, this is to go back to what I was saying before. In the spring, I did put the question out there to the world. I did put out the question to the world: how would people feel like if I split my content? If I started to do IRL content, okay? If I started to show my face regularly, and part of me was like, if I do this, does this make me any less of a VTuber? I love being a VTuber. I will be always a VTuber first in my heart. And but I did think I may need to branch out. I thought that maybe I had something to offer in this space with my fashion experience. And it is hard to do some of that as a VTuber because to have a new model for a bunch of different outfits obviously costs a lot of money. It takes a lot of time. And so, in terms of turning that around, right, and in a way that is respectful to the artists that are involved, we're talking about a couple of months, maybe a couple of grand. It could be a lot, right? Versus if I wanted to do some fashion content, I can dress myself very easily and record something, and that costs $0. But I could then yield more exposure and eyes and stuff. But I also didn't want it to be disrespectful in terms of the community. I take my role as ambassador very seriously. I did not want to be, if I was a VTuber ambassador, I did not want to feel like the community was not being represented by somebody that they felt like wasn't a real VTuber. So I take these considerations very seriously. And the other thing was also obviously in terms of navigating business, right? You have to think about, okay, like where your business funnels, right? And unfortunately, we do live in a world of algorithms. And I was like, okay, but if I split it, is that going to be a problem? Do I need to start splitting content? Do I need to start having other channels if I want to do that? But anyway, I started to think about that. After the VShojo stuff. After I also talked to my dear friend Joel Perez, my wonderful voice actor friend, who you know from Has-Been, because he also was, he's also somebody who's been navigating the changes in his life, right? It's not like he knew that Has-Been was going to blow up and be this huge thing. He just kind of got involved with the show, and then it kind of took off. And his dreams and aspirations is that he always wanted to be he wanted to be a he wanted to be a writer and a director and all this stuff. And so, and life is a very multifaceted experience. And so he was being very encouraging because the project that I costume designed was a project that he was directing. And so, he was giving me his point of view on the situation. I was talking to a few other people, and I was testing the waters. And when I brought up the idea to Don was concerned, and he was concerned about me doing a face reveal because of my privacy and our privacy. Because when you talk about showing yourself and putting yourself out there, it is not only about me, but it's about my partner. Because people will do, your life, you are forfeiting your privacy to the public a little bit. And so that means sometimes tangentially some of the other things. And so you want to be careful. So we had a conversation about that. And I was nervous too. And I was trying to figure out ways where I could do maybe IRL content that still had some anonymity to it or whatever it is. And that's when Next approached me. So this is all, once again, providing context for all the different things. So the sentence I'm about to say is, please don't take this out of context or whatever. But for me, being rejected from VShojo was one of the best things that could happen to me. and that's not because of all the stuff that was revealed. It was because what that allowed me to do was to take time and kind of evaluate my journey. Okay. It was to evaluate my journey, to evaluate what I wanted, and to push myself to think broader, and to say, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to continue saying yes to opportunities that come, that push me outside of my comfort zone, because maybe that's what I need. Maybe I need to be pushed outside of my comfort zone. Yes. So so when Next called me and they were like, hey, we're interested in having you be a part of our show, and to bring it all back to what I was saying before, and they said, but if you make it far enough, you would need to then feel comfortable enough to come in person. So when they told me that, I was on the phone with them and they were on speakerphone because Don Don was in the room with me. And we literally looked at each other and we kind of both nodded, and like we took a second, and we were like, okay. Okay. All right. I'll do it. 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 I will say yes to this opportunity if that happens. I will say I'm saying yes to this opportunity even though that may happen. In other words, is what I was trying to say. I was like, yes. And they're like, really? Okay, great. Cool. So I want to say that because I know some people feel like that's blackmail, or like that feels like it was an ultimatum. I don't think it was an ultimatum. I don't take it that way. They're a production. They're a production and they're trying to get their show off the ground. And they know that they have certain limitations. And they are not people who, here's the thing. It's not like, you have to understand, things in the film industry like can happen at the drop of a hat, and turnaround can happen very fast. So to expect people to understand how a whole niche operates, a whole niche industry operates, that they have never, ever, ever looked into before, to understand that maybe it may have been perceived as hi Spree, hi baby, it's so good to see you. To understand that they weren't saying that in a way to be like, curl their villainous mustache and be like, we're not gonna fuck over this VTuber. That was not it. Okay, that was not it. And so that's why I also say that. Okay, and so and I also knew that when the time came to talk about it, that I wanted to make it clear that they weren't like, well, fuck you, you got to do this because you signed a contract. They gave me the choice, and I said yes because it was something that I was already on the fence about. I was already on the fence about wanting to do this in terms of my journey. This was something I was already considering, okay? And that is really, that for me is really, really important to say, okay? So then the next competition starts, okay? And I also felt, here's the thing. I asked them, I was like, are there other VTubers competing? And they said that there was one other, which is Castlehead, which, by the way, if we may have a shout out for Castlehead, lovely VTuber. But and I believe that they are also like a split. I think I saw Phoebe use this term, Phoebe Chen, who is like a 2.5 tuber, who is someone who does like split content, but still considers themselves like a VTuber. I feel like I'm falling more and more into that category. And so they I started the competition. So they said there was one other VTuber. I was like, great, cool, very excited to kind of see them. Thank you for that. And and Castlehead, I think, is also like that, where they have done a little bit, and I think that is easier for them because then that was like, okay, like that goes to also show that the other VTuber they had in the competition, they were like, oh, this person is, another person who would be comfortable like appearing in person. In other words, I did tell the producers when they told me this. I said, for me to do this and for me to show myself on screen fully, if I make it to that point, if I make it to the semifinals, right? If I make it that far where this is really happening, I want you to know, you have to agree though, that I don't want this to be treated flippantly. This is like a big deal for a VTuber to do this. It is a big deal for me to do this personally. I had to then go into like proactive mode and start like privating a lot of my public like regular accounts, like social media accounts, because I work in the film industry, my information is very, very public. This is why it's very hard for me to say the projects I've worked on, because if I do so, it is doxing myself very easily. So I was like, I have to go into lockdown mode if this is happening, because there's like, you have to do that. So I was like, this has to be a moment though. And I was like, and here's the thing, I will give you a moment if you also make space for this moment. And they were like, okay. And so I was like, okay, I want this to be on my terms. And they were very on board for that. They're very, very supportive. And I'm saying all of this because I want to paint a picture of the character of the people involved on the production side at Wildcatter, which is the production company that I worked with next. Okay. Great. And I also wanted to be a part of the show. After, not only that, besides putting myself, for a chance to win some money, get paid in the process of trying to get that money. Also, it was a matter of putting myself out there, and also knowing that there was only one other VTuber. I was like, this is awesome. I want to show, if I am part of this competition, I want to show that VTubers, it is a medium of expression that can be interpreted in many different ways, as long as you have an avatar of some sort, whether it is a reactive Discord PNG, a PNG tuber, a light 2D tuber, a 3D VTuber, whatever it is. I wanted to show that it is a medium of expression, and that it, first and foremost, you really fall in love, just like any other streamer, any other creator. You fall in love with the personality, and it just happens to have a lot of different packages. That is an added bonus, okay? And I really wanted to do that, and I also wanted to do that, okay? So I agreed, and I was part of the show. I put my all in being in this show, and the first thing I wanted to address, which I feel like has been publicly discussed, and even mentors on the show have spoken to their communities about it. And I would like to clarify this, because this is something I had no control over. It was something I did not know was going to happen. And also, even production didn't know this was going to happen. There's a lot of stuff I cannot say in terms of how it happened. But obviously, there is a big issue with there was an issue of view botting on the show. And unfortunately, there was nothing I could do about it. It just really sucks to be in that position. Where you can't see. You can't do anything about it. Okay? That was the first very big frustrating thing about the experience was that. I don't know why it happened. I don't know. There's obviously certain things I can't say, but there was that definitely happened. I know the mentors talked about it. And they spoke to their communities about it to the point that that was why during the semifinals on our round, on the first day, they streamed it. And on the second day, a lot of the mentors did not co-stream the competition. It was because of this issue. And it doesn't feel good to have that and to be a part of something like that because I really am someone who values her integrity. I value transparency. It's it is also like I take a lot of pride in the community I build up, and I would never ever and I am saying this because I had no control over it. It is not like they told us. I also think, like I said, it's very complicated in terms of how this panned out. Because like, even like the powers that be didn't know this was going to happen. So, there was something like that. I think, that was the first thing that was really frustrating about the experience in general, because then it felt like that became the center of the conversation publicly regarding the competition, the next competition. And that like feels really shitty because when you have people who are putting themselves out there for a prize pool that ultimately amounts to more than what teachers can make in a year in this country, I don't know, I take that very seriously. So that was one of the things that was really upsetting that I was navigating. Also, there was just like there was a lot of miscommunication in the process of being in the show, where certain things weren't communicated to us as competitors and contestants. Um, certain things were, other things weren't. And uh, and I think I didn't really feel it as much because I didn't feel it as much during like the first few episodes of the competition, episodes 1, 2, 3, or whatever it was, right? Because I think we had like it was it 2 or was it 2? There was the interview. We did the interview stream, right, where we kind of auditioned, and secondly, then we had to come up with an original stream idea. And once again, to come up with I think so, because, we didn't find out who, everything happens live, right? So the first episode, all the live voting was, live. And I will say, the first episode, I was really proud because when people first saw my trailer in the competition, they're like, "Oh, great, a fucking VTuber. Oh, here we go. Another like 50-year-old man with a voice changer." Which, by the way, I love that people like saying that it's a bad thing. If somebody chooses to do that as a VTuber, you're totally valid and can do that. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. As long as you're like a good person and you're having a good time. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, so anyway, you got all these negative comments, right? Obviously. And then of course I did my interview and I did my thing. And then they're like, all right. We spoke too soon. This VTuber is pretty fucking cool. And I was like, fuck you. Yeah, I am fucking cool. You know what? Fuck you. I am fucking cool. And and I felt really good. And then we went and then I made it to the next round. So first of all, to bring it back to what I was saying earlier, I made the first round and I started crying. I was like, because, I've been going through this journey of like self-reflection and self-value and having my own back. And I was like, wow, okay, cool. Very cool. Very cool. This feels really good because I'm putting myself out there and being rewarded. Then they say, so this was on a Thursday, right? We streamed the episode, and on Thursday, the next week, they're like, by the way, okay, now you have a week to come up with a unique stream idea, and we're gonna do a stream showcase. And I was like, 1 week for a VTuber? 1 week to come up with an entire concept for a stream that's different, that you want to be bombastic for a fucking VTuber? Do you know the speed in which I have to work to get that together? As you know, being a VTuber, you can't just be like, oh, here's a concept and we're putting together, right? You have to think of, if you want something, you got to put together assets. You got to put together all this different fucking shit to get going, whatever. And so it's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of fucking work. Pancake! Welcome on in, baby. So good to see you. Hi, honey. So anyway, I had a week. And so I was like, what do I have to do? And so Don and I, we're trying to pitch ideas to one another, being like, okay. And I was like, okay, it's got to be something that highlights something I'm really good at. And something I'm very passionate about, something that is tied to my brand and is really fun. And so at first, Don was like, oh, maybe you can do like a cooking stream because a lot of people like that and whatever. I was like, I'm competing against like I'm now the only VTuber left that is moving forward. I think I should do something that showcases the fun and chaos as a VTuber because that's like my unique perspective in this competition. And so it's like it's got to be something that is fashion or costume based, I feel like, because I love costumes and fashion professionally. And um, I have to highlight that. And maybe there's a way I could do it as a VTuber. I was like, either I'm changing outfits, does chat get to vote for my outfits? And then and then both Ollie Delabur, who you know is my editor, my shorts editor, who is like also one of my day one homies, and Shinjigs, they helped me brainstorm and then also help like we came up with like the tech of it in terms of like, okay, I'm gonna do this like dress to impress inspired game, and considering my mentor is also a dress to impress creator, and did that. But once again, I pushed myself to the limit. We built, I built in a week. Shout out to the mods. Shout out to because they helped behind the scenes accumulating like fashion images. Don big time helped. Summer Hop. I think I edited over 100 different individual articles of clothing to fit those little mannequins that I put into the stream. Lloyd, who also shout out to Lloyd's Fault. If you don't know Lloyd, Lloyd is also a very cool VTuber and is one of my very good friends. We actually just finished working on something very, very cool. Can't wait to show you. But we can have a shout out for Lloyd's Fault. So that's double L in plural, Lloyd's Fault. But he helped me with like gathering assets. Like literally, it felt like people coming together, and explaining the work should have been a segment. I know I should do that, and we're gonna bring it back for sure. But I was like, okay, I want to. So anyway, we Lloyd helped with that, and then we did it in and then I created over 200 buttons on my stream deck to activate triggers on the stream. I set up 10 different scenes that had about 40 different choices each in a week. And we did the stream. I think I had maybe like an hour's sleep in me and did the stream. And I knew that if I passed this round, that meant I was making to the semifinals. And if I made it to the semifinals, that meant face reveal. And so I decided that part of the fashion portion of the competition, part of the fashion, the stream idea I came up with, this DTI inspired game, I was like, it'd be really cool if then chat to, it'd be really cool. Actually, Ollie suggested this idea, and then, you know, I like put the spin on it, but Ollie was like, you should have like chat kind of involved, that they kind of vote for what you wear or something. And I was like, they could dress my model. He's like, yeah, I think that'd be really fun. I was like, but then what if I wore that to the semifinals and what if I did that? And so that's what I decided. I was like, we're going to do like a bit and chat's going to decide. And that's why there was the whole pineapple bit and stuff like that, and trash can and stuff like that, because that was part of that stream. And, you know, so it was like I wanted, because I could not even fathom doing like any kind of face reveal without having my community by me. And so I felt like that was a big way to have you guys on my, like, I felt like you're all giving me a hug, like supporting me in doing this. So then I did that stream and I made it to the next round, to the semifinals, which was wild. I made it to the semifinals. Um, I really didn't know how it was gonna go, and uh, and once again, I think we finished on a Thursday. We had a week break, and then the first episode was going to be on a Tuesday. So I had a week to prepare, and here's the thing. I know this has been a little long-winded, but all of this is to say I'm trying to line up the events. Production was communicative at this point. Then we hit the break between that second episode leading into the semifinals. And in that week, they, were given heads up about the semifinals. And at no point is there communication about how the ranking for the semifinals is going to work and how people move on to the finals. We were very confused. It was not directly communicated to us how it was going to work. Don and I assumed that it was like, oh, maybe it's the top two people from the first semifinalist round, and then because there's two groups of 12, right? And so there was another semifinalist round that was going to happen after hours, and then those top two, and then those top two. So then that becomes the final four in the competition. That's what we had assumed, and I say assumed, okay? We didn't know. And I didn't know still until the semifinals, until I was on set for the semifinals. I will say that leading up to the semifinals, hadn't, once again, didn't really have an issue with production. Have an issue with anybody. Everything seemed to be pretty peachy keen. But I feel like the semifinals was a frustrating and a rewarding experience. It was very rewarding because, and I say this, like I said, I will always be transparent with everybody. Everybody was so nice. I can imagine, like, it was such a great group to have the experience with. Everybody was so nice. I was so nervous being around, like, regular streamers, just because, like, once again, like, I was on a call sheet, and a call sheet is basically your report to work information in live action film production, right? They tell you what time you're reporting to what location. It says what time certain things are starting, when lunch will be served, nearest hospital in case of anything. Usually there's crew information. It's basically just a casual sheet that says, information for the day of work, right? And that is literally a standard protocol in the film industry. And this is the first time in my entire life. This was the first time in my entire life. Okay? 35 years and 12 years since starting work in the film industry, where I was on a call sheet as talent. I've always been on the call sheet as costume designer, as a costume PA, as a costumer, as an assistant costume designer, always as crew, never in my life as talent. And so it was very nerve-wracking for me. I was more nervous about putting myself out there than showing my face at this point. I was more nervous about being filmed. I've never been in this situation. To explain to you what the next experience was like, it's like I'm so nervous because there's 10 cameras staring at you the entire time. Everything is live, right? So you can't go back and edit. And you have to also be on your toes because you're in a competition. But there's like so much, and there was other things I was dealing with. So I slept for 45 minutes the day of the competition, just because I was up late finishing like the pineapple dress and stuff. And I've said this before, I was shaking on the way to set and all this stuff. And uh, I was, anyway, I got to set, and everybody was really, really nice. And specifically, I will say, the person who I felt like, besides like, I had one of my dear friends attend with me as a guest, like to have my back. They also like just helped me like rig, like, because there was like the reveal portion and I had to practice it because I had to practice it. I hadn't worn the pineapple dress for like until the day of until the day of the event, until the day of the competition. And because of just how things were working out. And the person who was holding my hand, that was like backstage person. There was two people who were the sweetest people. I mean, everybody was really, really nice, but there was two people who were constantly talking to me and being really, really sweet with me. One of those people was Austin Show. He was so kind to me backstage. And he was always like just encouraging me and like having like literally holding my hand in certain moments. He was so kind, and saying, like, and being encouraging. And Nandre, uh, Nandre, I adore so much. He's like sweetest person, and I loved our group. I like John Choi, Parky, like we're friends still, and and I was literally like, I was so nervous. I was so nervous putting myself out there in that way. And they were really, really sweet. And I felt very vulnerable the entire time. And I feel like that's why, like during the competition, like I did the face reveal, like the costume reveal, whatever, like on set. And I feel like, because once again, I didn't really have sleep. I had so much anxiety that I didn't really like feel like myself until like the podcast portion of the first episode. And even then, like, I didn't feel like truly, like, I didn't really feel like super comfortable, uh, just because it was just really overwhelming. Um, Once again, production was pretty communicative. Um, but the thing, um, and we had such a nice time. Then comes the D&D episode, the second episode of the day, and uh, I'm very tired. The I didn't, like I said, I'd only slept 45 minutes. The day's events had exhausted me further. Obviously, when you're on camera, putting yourself out there, it's very draining. And it was really hitting me hard by the time we hit the D&D episode. But I like double fisted a couple of espresso shots and powered through. And I had so much fun during the D&D episode. It was so much fun. Like, everybody was like role playing and getting into it. Park and Harbor had never played D&D before, and she was saying like during our break, she's like, I just worry about not being funny. And we're like, no, but like everybody has their own sense of humor. You know what I mean? And like intrinsically, everybody has their own style of humor. You just have to you have to find yours and don't focus on, oh, I have to be funny. Focus on like enjoying yourself and naturally it's going to come out, right? And I was like, because you have a personality. Like Park and Harbor is obviously this crazy successful streamer, right? If you don't know Park and Harbor is a Souls-like streamer. She what did I think she said? She beat Sekiro in like 30 minutes or something. And she was nominated for the Streamer Awards. She beat Elden Ring using a DDR dance pad. She's crazy. She's awesome. Super, super cool. And there's John Choi, who is a voice actor as well as a streamer and stuff. And he's really funny and lovely. Like, so we were just like, we're just going to have a great time, And that's what we tried to center. And we did have a great time, right? We're having a really, really good time. And I was just like, yeah, it's just like role playing and have a good time. So then, the end of the D&D episode happens. And, once again, let me reiterate, up to this point, we have still not been explained how points work in the semifinals. All we know is that we are gathering points. So at this point, I still don't know how this is working out in terms of points. I have no idea how points are being evaluated in this competition. Okay? And obviously, my head was an entirely different place this entire day because it was a very big day for me. And so normally, I would have been like, so how are points working, right? Okay. So we had this amazing day stream playing D&D, and the last challenge of the episode, right, where they're like, okay, so you beat the monster, right, the big old baddie, and we're all celebrating, and they're like, the DM then takes like a bag of gems, right, because that's how they were calculating points during the D&D portion of the competition. He takes a bag of gems, and basically, gems so in the D&D portion of the competition, the way that they were calculating points was the amount of gems you earned. And gems were literally like the plastic little gems you get in like a Pretty Princess playset or something, right? And so when we defeated like creatures, we got like gems, if we did like the killing blows or whatever. And once we started figuring it out, people started like fighting the creatures to like get their gems and stuff because that helps us in the competition. That's how we were getting our points. So at the end of the competition, they gave out, I think it was 2 or 3, but they gave out 2 like quote unquote like Mario Party star style gems where they were like, okay, so we're giving like extra points to the person who role played the most, which I got. I got the role play GM, which I feel very proud about, even though I feel like, I feel like, whatever character I came up with, I was just kind of figuring it out. Like I had a concept and it kind of went in a different direction. It's fine. But I got that, and then they said, I forgot what one of the other one was. It was something like someone who put themselves out there the most or something. It felt good, right? Like to do that because it felt like, okay, so like, for instance, certain people were better at different things. So I liked that, right? That they were giving out these super, like the Mario Party inspired gems. Because then I was like, okay, like that means that those actions were rewarded, right? So they gave out like 2 or 3. And then he takes out a bag of gems. And then he's like, but to, basically, you get I actually don't remember if it was before or after. I have to go back. Obviously, I can watch the VOD. But he then takes a bag of gems and he's like, okay, and something along the lines of, here you go. And just kind of, he goes, hungry, hungry hippo. And dumped a bag of gems on the table. And then we just had to grab as many as we can. And oh, hi, Burke. Welcome on in. Hello. I'm Miss Lella. But after such a fun campaign, like it was such a fun one shot, and we like it felt like competitive teamwork. Like it felt like we were having fun, a great time. We did that, and of course we were like, okay, we're gonna have to grab, like Lana and I went and I grabbed, and I happened to grab like a ton. Nandre grabbed a ton, but then like Parky and John weren't able to like really grab any because of also like the positioning on the table and stuff. And they were like, oh, by the way, those gems also count towards your points. And I was like, oh. And I had grabbed a ton of gems. And so then the scoreboard flipped where then I was in first place. I also, you know me, I always got nails on. I have claws on at all times. So it's like, it's natural little scoopers. I got like forks on the end of my fingers at all times. Watch out, Wolverine, right? You should see me at a charcuterie board. I don't need toothpicks. I just sink my little fingers into the cheese and then I shove them in my mouth, right? So anyway, so then I became the first place in the competition. And this is the first big crack thing, right? At the end of the competition of the first day, I was listed as the top competitor. The top points. Because of this whole thing, okay? We finished the stream. And it feels like the air's been sucked out of the room. The entire day, we had such nice energy. Everything was really great. Everybody was getting along. We were having a great time. It felt like the air got sucked out of the room. Everybody was quiet. They're like, yeah, see you tomorrow. It was very upsetting. It was rigged or NDA. It was not rigged. It was not rigged. The problem with the competition was miscommunication. It was not rigged. So I'll say that. In defense of them, it was not rigged. Do I think so? At the end of the the end of day one, everyone is kind of really upset because once again, D&D destroying creatures for gems makes sense. Getting awarded for certain choices during the one shot makes sense. Dumping a bunch of gems on a table and telling you to fend for yourself after the end of a thing, and so it's entirely random by chance, and that is what determines whether or not you're in the running to win $10,000 and maybe potentially $75,000 on top of that. Like, it just felt like crazy. And I felt like I didn't feel good about it. And it was like a sucky way to end the day. And it felt really, it was like really sucky because it was such a big day. I had just done a face reveal that day. I started to get to know everybody. And everybody was kind of dejected in terms of how that worked out. And it didn't feel good. I came home and I caught up with Don Don, and I remember giving him a call, and I was like, I don't feel like there's also something to be said about the pride of a competition. Like I don't want to place because of a clerical error or because of a mistake. I want to place because I earned the points to get to that level. I earned the points because I did the best that I did or whatever. Okay? So, I called him and I was telling him, I was like, because, he was traveling for work. And I was like, I kind of feel bad because I feel bad now that I'm in first place. Because not that I feel bad that I'm in first place, but the way that it happened, like, I feel like if I got first place just because of how I performed during D&D and the choices I made, I would have been like, cool, may the best person win. But because it was like so random, I was like, I feel like, for instance, like John was so funny with like his flute bit during the one shot. Like I was like, there was other places to like, they should have just stuck to like the Mario Party thing, or they should have included a few other creatures for opportunities for points or something. And so I talked to Don Don about it, and I know, I did make a statement publicly being like, wow, I can't believe I ended the day at first. It is crazy. Because I will say it was crazy. Yes, exactly. I feel when it's like by accident, yeah, if it taints the win. It does. It does. And, I did share on social media that I was like, I'm very, very, I was very moved because once again, and this is why, I provided all this context. This whole experience was to show how I was putting myself out there. And I was so dejected after the VJojo stuff that it felt really good to like be rewarded for putting myself out there. And especially when I just I was willing to put myself out there in the semifinals and do the face reveal, knowing full well I may not make it to the finals. Knowing full well I would not, perhaps would not make it to the finals. So, and but it felt really, it feels good. It feels good to see your name on the top for once when you always felt like the bridesmaid, never the bride a little bit. And I don't want to say that because, I don't want to only say that because I have been granted and have a lot of amazing opportunities that have happened to me in this space, in this journey. And so when I say never the bridesmaid, never the bride, it's not because I haven't felt I haven't felt seen, but because emotionally evaluating my self-worth has been a journey I've been on for 12 years, and having tangible examples of that maybe I have been gaslit for a long time. You know what I mean? That's more what it's about. It's not about me feeling ungrateful or not feeling like, we've accomplished so much. And so, anyway, that's all to say. And of course, you were all so sweet and so excited. And I was like, okay, well, we'll see what the next day brings. And so I did feel a little shitty about that, despite being first. I go into the studio the next day of the second day of the competition. The next day of the competition. And I come in the morning and I'm like one of the first people there. I think Nandre was the only other person. And I see a producer sitting and I was like, oh, hello, good morning. I say good morning to everybody. And they were like, hey, actually, can I talk to you for a minute? And I was like, Yes, of course. And they were like, so we wanted to talk about the D&D game yesterday. And I was like, okay. And they said, we looked at the footage and we evaluated, and we realized that maybe the gem dump at the very end wasn't the most sportsmanlike, and neither was it the most fair way to end the campaign. And I was like, okay, I'm actually really glad that you're talking to me about this, because I felt the same way. I actually talked to my husband about this yesterday, and I also felt like the air was sucked out of the room because it was such like a positive thing. And they were like, yeah, it was a really positive thing, and we felt the same. So what we did is that everybody still got the points that they earned during the campaign. So if you destroyed a creature and you got a certain amount of gems, fine. If you got like your Mario Party star gem or whatever, great. But what we're doing is that then we're subtracting all the gems that were collected, because each gem was like, I think, a point or something. So they're like, we are subtracting all the gems from the Hungry Hungry Hippo dump. We're subtracting those points. So nobody is getting points from that segment. And instead, we are adding 10 points to every contestant to reward everyone's participation. And that's 10 points on top of whatever you earned during the episode. Okay? And I was like, okay. And so they said, and when we did that, it did re-rank the things. I was like, okay. And they said, unfortunately, the person that it affects the most is you. Because of that, and in the interest of making it fairer, you are now in second place. Nandre is first. And then, they broke down the other competitors. I was like, okay, that's fine. I accept, I said, I accept this because I think that is fair and right. There was a bigger gap between Nandre and I, and then there was only, I think, a 6-point difference now. And the math, okay? The math. So I told Summerhot the minute that I found out, and I told her, hey, I was just informed of this. I want you to be aware, because I'm going to be getting ready for the stream and stuff. They're going to make an announcement on the stream about it. I know probably the gremlins are going to be confused, and it's going to look a certain way. But I want you to know that, because I also spoke to Summerhop the day before, and so she knew my feelings on the matter too. And I was like, so this is what's happening. And she's like, okay, copy. I will we'll make sure that people don't start throwing bricks. I was like, please don't throw bricks. And so, and yes, I know Summerhop's feelings about this whole thing. And so, so that was the behind the scenes a little bit about what happened with the D&D episode. And like I said, I wanted to be clear that I had already felt that way. And then we went, then I went to the back room and I saw Nandre and we talked about it. And I was like, this feels a lot more balanced and fair, because it just felt very random. And it was such a bummer to a great day otherwise. And I say great day because obviously, like, we were getting along really great, like everybody in the show, and we were having a good time. And he was like, yeah, exactly. So, but then the second day, not only was that announced, and then that caused some confusion and some upset feelings from from viewers, from audiences and communities. But then the view botting situation came to a head, and the energy on the second day really fucking sucked because everybody was really upset and frustrated at things that were happening. And I it was very it sucked. Like there was a big difference between the energy on the two different days because there was just a lot of stress and miscommunication, and the vibes were shattered. Kyan, thank you so much for tier 1, honey. Mwah. It's good to see you at AX too. Thank you, honey. Thank you. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. So then we're doing the Among Us mafia werewolf game or whatever it is. And there seems to be like even some stuff during there seems to be some confusion. I'm sensing frustration from contestants and Austin and mentors, because some things just weren't being communicated well, or they were just kind of shifting, and it was crazy. And so I feel like this is where I started to feel between the D&D and then the second day is where I started to see like there was just problems with communication in general. And then we finally, like during our break, we're like, we need to figure out what's happening with these points. Do you know what's happening? And so finally we got together as contestants and we're like, we don't know how the points are going for this thing. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? And we asked, and we were told that it was, we got a breakdown of it. Basically, Nandre had asked on our behalf, relayed the information to us, but then they came back and they explained how it was going to work, like the producers. And they said how it works is that they are taking the points of the mentees from this portion of the competition, and they are comparing those points, and they will have a winner from each section of the semifinals, right? Each section of the semifinals will have a winner, and those winners automatically guarantee get 2 spots, and there's supposed to be 4 finalists in the competition, okay? And the two, but every mentor had to have a mentee present in the finals. So the idea was that in order to figure out who that was going to be, they are taking, if you look at a bracket, right, you have 2 different brackets, and then the last set of brackets is that they were going to measure up the semifinalists from the first semifinals and the semifinalists from the second semifinals, compare their points, and whoever had the highest points would move on to the finals. That was what was explained to us. That's what they said. They said they were measuring the points from the first semifinals and measuring against the second semifinals. So that meant that, and then we asked, okay, but what happens if a mentor has both of their in both semifinals, it's the same mentor who wins? And they're like, then the finals will have 5 semifinalists. Okay? And I was like, okay. So that means that if, let's say, and that's what ended up happening, right? Will Neff and his mentees won both semifinalists. So he has two semifinalists in the finals. Okay. And then, but every other mentor, so Caroline Kwan, the Bates sisters, and Lana Ray needed a representative, a mentee at the in the finale. And so, but they said they were just measuring our points. They also said because of certain guests that they had brought on, they were trying to equalize, they were trying to do the point, like, and some of the men, like the guests that they had, like scored points differently or whatever. They're like, we're going to try and do it in a way that tries to do it as equal as possible, is what they said. Okay? That's what they told us. That was the only mention of how it was going to happen. Okay? And so the only points we were aware of are the points on our placard, on our little, on our podiums, right? Our individual points. Anonymous, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you, honey. That's very sweet of you. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we're like, okay. And I remember this conversation happening because we then, because we as a group were like, okay, that's really cool because then that means that then we have to work really, really hard to get as many points as we can in this final episode because we still have a chance to move on to the finals. We're not totally out of the running yet. Cool. Awesome. Great. Right? So, so that's why also, like, if you notice, like, John Choi, had like, he was kind of like playing a character the entire time. And then when we started to get to certain like trivia things, he started to get really excited, or like he started to put like a lot of energy towards and like break character a little bit because we were like, oh, like we could totally still be in the running. That's really, really cool. Because truth be told, by the time the last episode was coming and after the news in the morning, I was like, I'm going to try my best. But I have a feeling this is Nandre's competition to win, right? I felt that in my gut. And once again, I was hoping to make it to the semifinals. But for me, like, I was doing this as a way to push myself, right? And so we kind of felt re-energized and we're doing the last episode and doing all this different stuff. It started to get really frustrating though, because a lot of these challenges felt like they weren't play tested. We had a Phasmophobia challenge that we did and they didn't, for instance, like the challenge was we had to keep our heart rate. We couldn't raise our heart rate above a certain amount was the challenge. And so we were playing Phasmophobia while they were trying to scare us, like IRL. And they also, but they didn't like equip the truck in the game with like enough flashlights. So we couldn't even see what we were doing. So literally for that portion, I mean, you see me play horror games. I was still like definitely scared, but they didn't like half of us. We were more confused and scared during that because we were just like, we don't know what we're supposed to do. So there was just bad communication. And so once again, starting to notice the cracks in communication. And I was like, okay, we were just like, did you understand that? And we kept on checking with one another. We're like, did you understand that? Do you understand that? And we're like, we didn't really understand that. Okay, we felt like, all right. So I felt like, I don't know, that was kind of disappointing. I just feel like if there's so much money on the line, you know what I mean? If there's so much money on the line, I just feel like certain things should have been more put together. And so anyway, that's to say that then so overall there was confusion. I don't think certain things were. Yeah, I just don't think certain things were play tested well enough to predict certain problems. And they so anyway, once again, communication. By the end of the last episode, by the end of the last episode, we and when Nanjay was announced as the winner, I will sincerely tell you that, and I wasn't saying like on the day that this happened because it came back and streamed that day. I will tell you that I honestly was very happy. I was very happy. I was very proud. I wasn't upset, despite like the confusion or there was any kind of things that were miscommunicated. Okay. I was really happy. I was so satisfied with the overall experience because I was so surprised at the response to the face reveal. I was so surprised at how kind and caring all the other contestants were and all the mentors and Austin and like the host and Sushi Dragon. I got to meet and spend time with these people for 2 days in person, and that was such a wonderful experience. And 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 the crew was really, 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 really nice. The producers were really nice. The crew was really nice. I never felt, because of course, when you hear reality competition, you think, oh, slimy people are involved or there's going to be some mashugana or whatever, some shenanigans happening. I never felt that there was shenanigans. I just felt that there was miscommunication. And everybody was really kind and really nice and really great. Okay. And I feel like they, I also feel like, things like this are complicated, right? Because, Wink, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid, honey. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello. Welcome on in. I hope you had a great stream. So anyway, that's all to say. And then I know that, I wanted to, so then, basically, I feel like, I don't know how to say things succinctly. I gotta work on that, I guess. But anyway, so I entered the competition with 77 points. I thought it was 79. I just misremembered. I came in second of the competition, which was really pretty freaking cool. Pretty freaking cool that I came in second. And I had a great time. And so I walked away with my head held high and a very positive experience. And I'm sure as my community, there were certain things that maybe were confusing or whatever it is. And I really, really appreciate that even during hiccups or whatever, you all still showed up and like supported this. You supported me exploring a new side of myself. And that is like a really, really, really big deal for me. That really meant the world for me. Bug! My bug! Bug! Mwah! Habbo, thank you for the tier 1 show. Thank you, baby. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I I definitely like uh I I definitely was like, I don't know. I felt like like I said, I didn't regret it at all. Okay? And I will say once again, I didn't feel like there was I didn't have any issues with it was kind of just like, I feel like they maybe should have done this a little bit better or whatever. Um, but ultimately, I was like, but it's fine. I'm sure that they're already thinking about that, like because there was going to be a month in between, right, from ours to the next block of people or whatever. So I was like, they probably know what went wrong, and they're going to like work on whatever they felt like didn't work, and they'll address it, and they'll try to find like better ways to go about things or whatever, right? Okay. Uh. So. Um. So then, yes, I didn't. So, yes, there are certain things that were confusing, like the voting, but they were collecting the data from all channels, apparently, um, like when they had like chat votes or whatever. But it was a good time. Um, then then obviously there was the next, and so that was fine. That's it, right? That's it. That was the end of it. That was the end of the semifinals. That's fine. And then the next round of semifinalists. The next round of competition started. I was keeping track of what was happening in terms of the competition. Obviously June. We have how do you say? There's another round of people, right? And so I wanted to see who is in it. I wanted to see who could potentially be the other semifinalists that I was going to go up against, of course, right? And so I wanted to watch, I wanted to watch a little bit of the semifinals. And I think watching the first and the last episode, I wanted to do that so that we got introduced to the semifinalists. And then we saw who was moving forward, basically, right? The other bracket. Yes, exactly. Thanks, Emmy. And uh it was Wendy Lunar, and who did great. She did very good. She like I liked her podcast a lot. She did the My Little Pony. She did a whole bit, which was good. I thought actually she should have scored higher in the what was it, the apology section where you had to make like an apology video or something. I thought she should have been scored higher because I liked her bit with the Labubus. I thought that was really funny. And she did a solid job. Okay. Then, at the end of the last episode, they announced who the winner is of the semifinalist of that group, right? Which was Corda. Corda won the semifinals in this bracket. And another, Will Neff's other mentee. Then they say, Austin is on, says, okay, now we are going to find out who moves on to the semifinals. I mean, to the finals, rather, right? We watched this live together. She was very funny. She was very funny. She like, honestly, like, solid. Like she did great. And then they show, they're like, so here are the points from the first and second semifinals. So they show the image of the first semifinals. And then they show the second image, which is the score from the second semifinals. And obviously, there is a score difference in terms of points available. Okay? That is evidently clear. And according to those images, and once again, we were told that they are calculating the points. That never changed. They never updated. They never communicated. You saw our reactions live. Based on the 2 images that were shown, the higher contestants that, based on the points collected, were Nandre, Carter, myself, John Choi, and Park and Harbor. That's based on the images they showed. That's how it should have worked out. Because they said that's the difference in the points. Then they showed the finalists who were moving on. And it was Nandre, Carter, Drag Trashly, Wendy, and Park and Harbor. Which didn't make sense based on the points system that they communicated, based on how they communicated it. Okay? Okay? And that was the situation. And obviously we were very upset. I also think that the finale of that episode, it seemed very abrupt. It felt very abrupt. I was very confused. I think I even said that on stream. I was like, oh, wait, it's over? Don't they have like 20 more minutes? I think I even said that live. I was very confused as to what was happening. And so I immediately reached out for clarification as to, hey, Neil Bug, hi, Choco, hi, hello. And they said that it was a calibrated system of points originally based on percentage. And I was like, huh? And they said that they are going to, and production was like, we are going to evaluate the situation. It may take us a couple of days. And then we will get back to you. Okay? And that was last week. I did say that I was going to make a statement if I didn't hear anything, because I felt like it was a bit unfair that we weren't provided the clarification and transparency as competitors and contestants. And it's not fair to make my community wait for answers, because I was the one that was most affected by the situation. And so they took a few days. And on Tuesday, I had a call with them, the executive producers and stuff like that. And they explained to me what happened. And we talked about it. And they did they did explore how to potentially include me in the finals. They did explore that. But it started to become complicated because of a lot of different reasons. And after talking to the other contestants involved, the mentors and the host and lawyers, ultimately, in terms of the show and moving forward, the decision was made that they are moving forward with the current finalists. Because the most fair thing was to do this percentage of points. And they made they did make a statement about it. And they made it on Instagram. So I'm going to pull it up. And I wanted to talk about this. I know it took us a long time to get to this point, but I feel like it was really important to provide a lot of context. Because the reason why I mentioned everything else was because, like, at the end of the day, like, I'm still walking away with my head held high. I don't regret anything being a part of the next competition. I don't think it's a nefarious, like, we're trying to ice out VTuber situation. I don't think that. I do think that the optics are bad about that, for sure. I think it could totally be interpreted that way. But I will say, like, Nandre DM'd me, like, so many people, Park and Harbor, so many people reached out to me. Wendy Lunar reached out to me and said she was so confused when it happened. Her community was confused when it happened. And that even on set, the energy, everybody was really confused when they announced the finalists. Because, once again, this has nothing to do with who it was, but it was about that the system was not communicated clearly to the people involved in the show. And so nobody understood what was happening. And it is unfair that Wendy, because like I said, remember, I dealt with the D&D thing, and it felt like the air was sucked out of the room and I couldn't, like, feel like I earned my spot. She was saying that everybody was really confused and stuff like that too. And it sucks. It sucks that Wendy could not revel in her victory to the finals because there was so much confusion. And can you imagine what that feels like? You know that you're moving on, but you can't celebrate that because you feel like other people feel like you don't deserve to be there based on a point system that wasn't clearly communicated. And that is entirely unfair to put your competitors into that situation. And it's really unfair that she was put in that position too. So let me pull this up. Let me just, I'm going to pull this up. Sorry. There we go. Just gonna. Okay. So, um, okay. Let's chat about the scores. The show's intention was to make sure that each mentor had a contestant in the finals. Because the two semifinals had different total scores, we normalized results using a weighted system. Each contestant's score is divided by the winner's score from their chapter, converting it into a percentage out of 100. This ensures fair comparison across both semifinals and gives equal weight to both parts. Snowflake, thank you so much for the tier 1, honey. Thank you, honey. Mwah. Scoring breakdown, okay? Scores were scaled to 100 since each semifinal had different maximum points, okay? So in the first group, right, is Nandre, myself, John Choi, and Parkenhorber. And weighted score means that they put it, so the total points available, they put it as the winning person, and then they measured it against the winning person, is how they decided to do it. So based on that, I scored an 86%. In this group, the second semifinals with Carter, Wendy, Drag Trashly, and Seth, Wendy scored 93. Okay? Based on how they decided to do this, Wendy definitively scored higher than I did. Okay? The problem we face today and the reason for this post is that we as a production gave a general overview of the scoring system to mentors and contestants, but did a bad job of explaining it to the audience. Rightfully so, some communities were confused because based on a total points system, it would appear as if their contestant should advance. We want to thank all of you who called this out, as it is at its core. Next is a show about uplifting streamers and their communities. We appreciate how invested you all are in supporting your contestants throughout the show. We have these streamers, we love these streamers too, and it's important to us to take the time to do our due diligence in triple checking scores and rules before making a statement. They did not give a general overview of the scoring system to the contestants. They did not say it was going to be based on calibrated points when we discussed it. They did not say that on set. It was not written down for any of us in a Discord. In our contracts, it mentions a calibrated system. But it is of the due diligence of the production to then clarify that to the contestants, which they did not do. Okay? So us as contestants are also owed an apology because that information was not made clear. And thus we did not communicate to our communities clearly. Because even until the day of the last announcement, people were confused. And there is no reason why we should have been. And so I'm frustrated. They're not in violation of a contract. They're not in violation of a contract. Okay. But it is very frustrating when you are putting yourself out there, you're putting your brand out there, and you're deciding to do that, and you feel like the disrespect of the severity. Like, when I was a part of this competition, I treated it incredibly seriously at every step. I treated it with the utmost seriousness. I was having a great time. We were laughing and cracking up. But as a professional, I made sure that everything was planned out and done, because this was a reflection of me. This was a reflection of my work. I was also going to make my community proud. And it was very upsetting to do this. And I cannot speak on the internal machinations of a production. I cannot speak about certain things. And I just want to apologize also that you were confused, you were upset. I am so sorry that you, when you chose to support me in this endeavor, that you also experienced frustrations on things that you should not have felt frustrated about. Things have also been clear. And it was, so for me, here's the thing. And this is why I also want to talk about the people who I interacted with on this production. I do not think the people that are behind this show, the people who mounted this show, I do not think they're malicious people with ill intent. Okay? I know for a fact when you're dealing with sponsored things. Thank you, Peter. Oh, for gifting a sub to Alicia. Hello. Hi, welcome on in. Hi. Sorry that you're coming in when doing like a much more serious talk and stuff. I apologize. But yes, thank you, Peter. Thank you. I think that sometimes when you're dealing with, from my production experience, I can only assume that there are a lot of things that happen that we don't know about. And I feel like, based on, once again, this is me inferring, okay? This is me inferring. I feel like there were other battles that were happening, and unfortunately, we were the communication was the collateral damage of the situation. Okay? I do think that, and from what I understand, all the other people have been communicated to about the situation. They have been apologized to. I was directly apologized to in terms of my situation. Definitely not malicious. No, definitely not malicious. I definitely think it was just let me put it this way. I would be open to working with the people who put on this show when they do stuff that doesn't have a sponsor attached to it. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Like, I'd be open to working with them again for sure if it was an original thing and that I could be involved with more intimately. You know what I mean? When I've styled on commercials, you always have, you have an agent, you have a client, sometimes you have an agency, and then you have the production company, right? Let's say it's a commercial for Old Navy, right? Old Navy is the client. Old Navy goes to a marketing agency that's handling their campaign of a drop of a specific product. And then that agency goes ahead and hires a production company to execute, let's say, the commercial of one thing or whatever. So you're talking about 3 different camps of opinions and frustrations and things, even before me as a crew member receives the information, right? And so I've been in fittings for a commercial where, let's say, we're dressing a dad, just a standard dad, and it'll literally be a guy in a t-shirt, jeans, and like dressier sneakers, and we will have a 2-hour conversation because the client thinks it should be one color, the agency thinks it should be another color, the t-shirt, and the production company thinks it should be a different color because the production company usually is working with the director and like stuff like that. And so we will have a 2-hour conversation about it, and it's hard because the client is the one who's paying the marketing agency, who's then paying the production company, right? And so who has the sway of leverage in that conversation? I can only imagine, based on what I experienced, that I imagine that maybe there's a lot more to this story that they were navigating, which is why I said I'd be open to working with them without all this other stuff. And because I know that the people involved were working really, really hard, the production company and the crew and stuff, they know and they have apologized to me about the miscommunication personally. I just wish in this public statement, I just wish that there was a line that said, "We're sorry." Just literally those words. Like they do say like, "We did a bad job explaining," but they also say, "We did a bad job of explaining it to the audience." But they also did a bad job explaining to the contestants. And I don't know if they changed that in the second go around, but definitely in the first go around, it was not clearly communicated how this was going to break down. And it would have saved a lot of confusion, frustration, and heartbreak. Because for me, it wasn't about, once again, it was not that I did not feel that I definitely deserved a spot in the finals no matter what. It was because if it was clear that Wendy moved on from the start, awesome. I would have, of course, I would have been disappointed because I am a human being, but I would have been like, it was always may the best streamer win, and she earned more points. That is always the case. Like I was totally fine. You know what I mean? The frustration was honestly the miscommunication of this, and thus there was a lot of confusion and hurt feelings. And so that's my feeling about it. I will be tuning in to the finals because I want to see who wins. I do. Uh, I think that there's a great group of competitors. I will say I'm very biased because the person who I know the most, thus the person who I am rooting for the most, is Nandre. Um, and once again, like I said, uh, I met a lot of really wonderful people that I would not have met. Probably, maybe I would have met through another circumstance, maybe, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't know. And um, so like I said, like I I'm very how do you say? I'm very appreciative for that experience. Do I think my do I think Next changed my life because it exposed me to a bunch of people that, and all of a sudden I blew up overnight? No, but that wasn't the point of it. Uh I will say that because of the competition, I did my face reveal, and I will say I feel like it's been one of the best decisions I've done. And I think that it's opened up a whole world of opportunities for me that I was um that I like can explore now. I feel lighter and freer as a creator ever since I've done it. And um like I feel like uh if anything, like I don't know. I think I am a firm believer that things in life happen for a reason. Even like, for instance, when I was rejected from V Shoujo, and I was crying to my mom about it, she was like, the universe had different plans for you. And I think that plan was that I needed to. I think the point of me auditioning for V Shoujo ultimately was not about me being a part of V Shoujo. Part of that journey was me facing the demons inside myself and starting a very deep reflective period of me trying to learn how to love myself again and to have my own back. I think that's ultimately what was the takeaway from that experience, and to push myself to do something that I didn't think I was capable of. Like I said, I got very far in the process, and I'm very grateful I was, because that means that people saw something in me that I have not seen for myself. It allowed me to then go on a journey to explore other parts of myself. And this year has been about me having my back in all aspects of life. I started taking my health more seriously this year. As you know, I've lost like 35 pounds, and I'm going to continue working on myself for my health, because and my pain management. And I've been more selective with my work projects, and I've been and I took a really big leap of faith in showcasing myself. And I I think um I did the show and once again was rewarded for putting myself out there. And even though I didn't clinch a win or a spot in the finals, I think what I gleaned was far more valuable, which was once again putting myself out there even more and developing new relationships and proving to myself that I definitely have earned a lot of the things that I have gotten. Battling my imposter syndrome has been a very difficult journey. And so I'm very grateful that the next competition opened that door for me in terms of giving me another opportunity to fight tooth and nail and being really proud of how it ended up going because I thought I had lost my fighting spirit. But I haven't. And ultimately, I'm in this new exploratory phase in my life. But I'm also like, because I'm having my own back, I'm learning how to advocate and stand up for myself. I was going to just. I was trying really hard to be brave about the next thing when I was streaming it. And because of your reactions and your encouragement, and because of the fellow contestants reaching out to me to advocate for myself, I advocated for myself and I don't feel like my feelings weren't clearly communicated. My feelings of disappointment. So I can walk away with my head held high that I feel like, you know, how sometimes you may be like, oh, I wish I said this one thing, or I feel like I should have I feel like I should have told them how I really felt. I don't feel that way. I feel like I did. And that's like huge for me. Because I was like, yeah, I feel like it's been just like a really interesting time in that sense. Because I'm really tired of people thinking that they can take advantage of me. I'm really tired of it. I've let it happen for 12 years. And I'm kind of fucking over it, quite honestly. I'm over it. I'm over people thinking that they can use me just for their own gain. I'm really fucking tired of it. That's why I was really happy to that Next was willing to talk to me about it, because I was going to talk about it. But I wanted to also. Here's the thing: I will always give the benefit of the doubt to another human being. I will always do that. I will also give somebody a chance to right their wrongs. Okay. Obviously, it depends, right? If you kill my dog, then I'm a John Wick your ass. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, there's a difference. And it depends on the situation and the severity of the situation, right? I'm not saying that, oh, you just say sorry, you'll never do it again, all is forgiven. No, there's some things that are absolutely inexcusable, obviously. Okay? Obviously, there are things that are absolutely inexcusable. Okay? Once again, like the actions of Vishojo, and to their talents, and to what they did to Mouse, what they did to people who needed that money for their conditions, to the Immunodeficiency Fund. Absolutely abhorrent, absolutely despicable, absolutely vile. Okay? And we as a community need to work together to have each other's backs. And I feel like we can advocate for ourselves if we feel like we have each other's backs. Like in this situation, I felt supported, and that gave me strength to confront the situation. And I am a chronic people pleaser, and it is very hard for me to navigate those things. I also will not do things publicly if it is not needed to be. I don't like living messily. I don't like the stress of having stuff happen publicly. I do not like that. But I also refuse to also and I we screwed you over, but you and the viewers weren't supposed to notice. I don't know if it's that. Or at least I know that the people that I spoke to, that is not the inclination that I get. I really just think that it was a snowball effect of things, and I just feel like I know that sounds crazy, but I feel like you can really tell if somebody really is being malicious or not. And I just don't think that. I just think that there was disorganization. And unfortunately, this was a circumstance of that. I really don't think that. And honestly, like, if I'm being completely honest, it's hard. I know it's really hard because you don't, it's really hard because you're just taking my word for it. Like I said, I am open to working with this company again. I do think that in the future, I will be a lot less presumptuary also about the process. And I will also advocate for more information for myself. And because, for instance, I do think I could have flagged that issue a lot sooner, and I could have had clarification sooner if I pressed it more. And it's not my job to, as a contestant, to seek that. But I do think that if it was something that I was like at the back of my mind, but I think that I'll learn in the future. Like, I feel like I know how to navigate my business. Like, VTubing has given me the confidence that I feel like I've been lacking in life. And the past 3 years since I started VTubing, I've been far more confident as a designer. And in other words, I've been able to advocate for myself in situations and be like, have my own back and a better leader in that sense. You know, like, remember when I said earlier, like, I've dealt with my own roadblocks in my career when I've wanted something to go through. And I just kind of was like, well, that's frustrating. And I just like am mad and I just beat myself up. And it's like, I'm like tired of feeling that way. I'm exhausted of feeling that way. I really want to, you know, and I don't need to have screaming conversations with people to communicate that, to communicate my displeasure. But I definitely think that this was a very big learning lesson. For instance, there's been a lot that I've been wanting to talk to you guys about. And I know that we've already been talking for like 3 hours about all these different things, but I am not here for liars. And I'm not here for manipulators. So, in other words, if I felt like these people were liars and manipulators, this stream would be very different. And publicly, I would have made a very different statement. But I fundamentally do not believe that is what happens here. There has been a different situation that I was involved in where they were manipulators and liars. And I feel very comfortable talking about it now because the person is on an indefinite hiatus. And this goes to the lesson that I am learning this year. I am telling you, my life has been so crazy. Besides like work, like just work picking up, just dealing with a lot of situations. But something that I dealt with that is now, and you may have seen me say something about it on Twitter. But I was I somebody was using my name to get people on board for a VTuber production company and agency, saying I had signed a contract, saying that I was officially signed talent, telling that to investors, and telling that to a bunch of different people. And see, Ronnie, thank you so much for the sub at tier 1. Thank you, honey. Thank you. This person is on an indefinite hiatus, so I feel very comfortable talking about the situation because behind the scenes, the situation has been handled and dealt with. But it was Luminara. And specifically, the person was the real Kamana. And it completely soured my off-Kai weekend. It was the stress I was dealing with every single day. I'd confronted this person about their behavior. And they would deny their actions despite verified he basically called other VTubers. He even called my husband and Summer Hop liars, basically, because he is a problematic person. He is someone who was dishonest, and I never ever want to be put in that situation ever again. My week after Off-Kai was me having to have phone calls with like 10 different people to explain what had happened. And it had gotten so out of hand that was why I had to make a public little tweet that said, I will not be signing with the company. I was never to be signed with them to begin with. The only business he and I had ever discussed was me being a host of a game show. And he used that as an opportunity to then, which he sent a contract that I never signed, which I had a lot of questions about. And he did not want to really answer them. Or when he did, it was in a group setting in front of other VTubers, his partner, and other people, which is, to me, an incredibly unprofessional way in terms of how to navigate your business. You don't discuss contracts in front of other people. In terms of those contracts, and at Off-Kai, an investor came up to me at a mixer, shook my hand and said, "Congratulations on signing with Luminara." I'd never met this person before this moment. I had no idea who they were. I did not tell anybody that I had had any business discussions with this person. I was caught very off guard, and I was very confused. And I then confronted Cam in a private DM after the interaction, and I said, "What the actual fuck was that?" He then said he didn't know what that was, as he hasn't told anybody that I was involved. That he hadn't communicated to anybody that I was even potentially signing. No, it was not Linkara. It does not do well to dwell on and try to assume who the person is. It doesn't matter. Speculation is just speculation. You should only take the word from the people, like when it comes to situations, like once again, back to the VShojo situation, you should only be listening to the people who are directly affected. So listen to the source. It's just like, please. And basically, he then realized that the person who spoke to me, because I didn't know that it was an investor at the time, he was like, oh, well, that was an investor. That's why they knew, which is a justifiable excuse. I was like, okay. But still, why are they saying that publicly? And also, why are they congratulating me on being signed? When I had no intentions of signing to any agency. I had no intentions. I didn't even know that this game show that he was pitching was going to be part of this thing, because he had taken the initiative to then give me a custom printed card with artwork from one of my artists, printed it on a card that had the Luminar logo on it, and was like, welcome to the company. And I was like, what fucking company? I didn't sign anything. And I'm not, what? And anyway, Sunday at my meet and greet on Off-Kai, after talking to Summer Hop and Don Don, he cuts my meet and greet line to talk about the situation. Feline, welcome on in. Hi. Hello. Hi, Feline. Hi, honey. It's good to see you. Hi, I'm so... I feel like, oh my God, I can't believe... Oh, you're coming in at a very tense time. Today has been a very serious conversation day, and I'm really sorry. But it's so good to have you. And if you don't know who Feline is a fabulous, fabulous... I feel like they are, I don't know, coder, innovator, 3D wizard. They're part of Mofu Workshop. They're an amazing, amazing 3D person. I want to say no, like I don't know, like master, aficionado. They're great. They're a really cool VTuber. Make sure to check them out. They're always cooking up something really interesting in their streams regarding like 3D stuff and water dough. So make sure to check them out. It's so nice to meet all of you. I'm Miss Lala. I'm a 1950s diner waitress VTuber, serving up fun in the 21st century. Tech artist. Okay, tech artist. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was like, I don't know. We're going to flip through a dictionary till we find the right word. We're having a lot of different conversations, very serious stuff, because there's been a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes, and I just feel like I needed to come clean about a lot of different things that have been in development and that have been going on, because that seems to be the season for it. So, yes, they're very, very cool. Make sure to check them out. On Sunday, he cut my meet and greet. And he cut my meet and greet not to say hello, but to talk about the situation that happened the night before with the investor and to apologize in person. And I was like, this is neither the time or place for this. We can talk about it later. I just feel like it's weird to discuss this right here, right now. And you're making my community wait to talk about you're a fuck up. I'm not interested in that. B French, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you, honey. Mwah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh. Yes, he cut the line. Yes, he cut the line. Like to jump ahead of it. I find out that evening that then I'm at a party at Off-Kai, and I'm talking to several people, and I am informed by several people, and these are people that I consider friends. They are also bigger streamers. And they were saying that he was using my name as a way to give validity to the company, to this agency, company, whatever you want to call it. And and I was like, okay, when did he do that? Did he do that yesterday? Because maybe, once again, let me explain how I will usually give the benefit of the doubt to people. Vice, thank you so much for tier 1. Thank you, honey. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. He was then like, I chalked it up to maybe he was very excited about this new endeavor, and then in his excitement, he may have miscommunicated, right? I even say that in my message. I said, I can understand if there was some excitement and that's why you did it, but I'm letting you know that it like needs to stop, right? And instead of apologizing, he just, he like doubled down and said like, no, like I didn't tell anybody. I didn't use your name. I don't know what you're talking about. And I was like, okay. So then Sunday, I'm being told by friends that, as a matter of fact, he was using my name. And literally that afternoon, so after we had the conversation, after we had already had the conversation, that afternoon he had a lunch with one of the people I was talking to, and literally once again said, I'm assigned talent, doubled down, did the same shit. And I was like, no way. No way. No way. And I wasn't feeling very confident about him as a person and his business, because when Don and I asked pressing questions about the business, he didn't really have answers. He instead just fluffed himself up. He peacocked, right? That's all he did. And we work in the entertainment industry. We know when people are name dropping or more than when they are usually just like talking out of their butts. And so I wasn't interested in moving forward with the project the way it was based on conversations. And this was like the nail in the coffin. And I thought maybe it was just to a couple of people that he had spoken to, okay? Oh, to Twisted, thank you for the biddies. And JMB, thank you for tier 1. Thank you. Thank you. So then, a couple of days later, I'm already thinking, I'm like, I don't think this is going to, work out. I'm having lunch. I'm having lunch with somebody. VTuber. And they reveal that people had started coming up to them to find out if I really was signing with this agency, because they too. So people that I didn't even know. So by this time, I've now heard 7 different accounts of this situation. And so that's when I made my tweet and I said, I will not be signing. But before I did that, I, of course, because even if somebody is being a jerk, I'll still try and go about professionally. So I first sent a message to Cam and I said, hey, listen, I will not be moving forward in engaging in any business with you. I did not appreciate your behavior this weekend. I don't appreciate you using my name. I don't appreciate you cut my meet and greet line to talk to me about a situation. I just feel like you're going about this very unprofessionally. I don't appreciate that. We're not going to work together. And I was like, you know what? Wish you the best. Figure it up. Figure it out. I'm not going to be a part of this thing. He then triples down and says, I never told anyone I cannot stop the rumor machine because there are other people who may have heard or whatever, but I cannot stop a rumor machine or a bad game of telephone. And then he also said, I did not cut your meet and greet. I was waiting for like 30 minutes in that line, which is impossible. Because for 30 minutes, he was talking to my husband and to Summer Hop. He was talking to Don and for Summer Hop for 30 minutes, and then he cut the line. So if you're saying that you didn't cut the line and you were waiting in line that entire time, you're calling my husband and my best friend liars? You call that's I was like, I gotta hand it to this guy. Big fucking balls. Big fucking balls to try and call my husband a liar. Big fucking balls. Crazy. Big fucking balls to do that. Crazy. Crazy. Actually crazy. And I was like, okay, well, that just makes me feel better about this decision. And then my days following the convention, I make my post, and then I had, like I said, like 8 other conversations with other people who then were like, wait a minute, he said you were like a definitive thing. What's going on? And because apparently he was then pinging the reason why I was leaving, not on his own behavior, but then he was blaming it on other people, saying it was their fault that I ended up leaving, and then telling people that I was moving in a different direction because of, it didn't feel right for my brand, is what he said to people. Okay? And he was like, I don't know what I did wrong. At the beginning of the weekend, I got along with everybody. By the end of Off-Kai, everybody seemed to hate me. I don't understand. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, the brand being honesty. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I was like, it's not fit for my brand because my brand really is like honesty. I know, crazy. Also, thank you. Oh, thank you for the hype train. That was very sweet. Thank you very much. So anyway, yeah, I am very not interested in, and anyway, he no longer he's on an indefinite hiatus, which is why I feel comfortable talking about this, because the situation is kind of done with. Luminari seems to be run by other people at this point in time. I don't know what's going on with it. I have no comment. But if he's involved, and I never do this stuff. I never name people. I never talk about this shit publicly. I just think you're gonna find that people see. I think this is a problem with the problem of within the VTuber space of the rise and fall of agencies, the rise and fall of companies, people coming into this space, is that people see the potential for crazy equity. They see the potential for a lot of money. because they look at people, they look at the top 1% of VTubers, right? The top of the tippy top, and they see how much money that they make. And they think that they can also get a little cash out of the situation. And so you have people who then think that, because here's also the situation in the VTubing community, you do have a lot of younger people. You do have a lot of younger people who are in this space. You have a lot of younger people who don't have any professional entertainment experience. You don't have people who know how to navigate contracts. You don't have people who know how to sniff out when deals are bad or what questions to ask in order to protect yourself. There's a lot of ignorance in terms of how to navigate business. And you can't blame people for the knowledge they don't know, in terms of talents in this space, right? Because you want to assume that if people are coming up to you with a business proposal, that they are being earnest, right? And it is not the failure of the talent to believe in someone's goodwill, right? The issue is that there's a lot of people who see naive people in this space and want to poach them and take advantage of their hard work and the communities that they have built, because the industry is young, right? When you compare it to the world of entertainment, the world of entertainment is very old. It is an old world, okay? Right? Showbiz, vaudeville, movies, right? All this stuff, decades and decades and decades and decades. And there's still fucked up shit happening in it. Okay? And it's really important that if you have experience and knowledge, to share that with other people. I know that I am eternally grateful for people who do not gatekeep that information, who help me. It is because of Vexoria. It is, and I say her name lovingly because these past few cons, we've been spending a lot of time together, and I adore her. I mean, I love her and Zolan so much. But Vexoria is the reason why now I have an entertainment lawyer. And I am going through a lot of different contracts and realizing and doing my business. And you need to do that. You need to have people on your side who are not going to let you be taken advantage of. And they're like, we want you to succeed and to succeed safely. Right. And so the reason I just think that people think that I just think that the reason why there's been examples of this is that you just have a lot of people who come in and they do take advantage of naive people. And they rely on the fact that you won't ask questions. They rely on people's need and desperateness to be successful. They rely on your FOMO to swindle you. And look, there's even people who have done their best to protect themselves and they still get screwed over, right? Yes, and to Neil Boggs' point, many artists are people pleasers who avoid confrontation. Yes, exactly. Yep. They also take advantage of the fact that, yes, especially in the VTuber space, there are a lot of introverts and there are a lot of people who are conflict averse, right? A lot of people, right? And that's how we get into situations. Also, sometimes when you see publicly, certain situations that people end up talking about, and it's when people go public with certain personal affairs and stuff, there's like constantly one of the biggest issues in our industry is communication. People being open to communicate with one another. People are afraid to ask questions. I mean, people are also afraid to answer questions because they don't want to be held liable, right? And so you have so many different things that feed into the thing, right? Look at Vishojo, right? Kuro said that nobody really talked about their business until they started talking about their business, and then they realized something was up. And that is really, really important in protecting ourselves and protecting people you care about. And, oh, yes, exactly. Always compare notes with your peers. And it goes for so many things. Like, for instance, compare notes with your peers in terms of, like, they talk about like sponsorship, right? Companies will take advantage of you in terms of sponsorships because they're like, an affiliate code should be enough and then that'll be fine or whatever it is. Okay? And it is very important. It is very, very important to share notes with your peers about people. Obviously, I will say a caveat. I will say that sometimes you also have to make the delineation between what is actually harmful behavior, as in for business, people that are not good, versus, and this is trickier, versus two people just simply not getting along because of a personality clash. Right? You may hear one thing about one person, and then when you meet them, they're actually very, very lovely. And it could be that the nature of that relationship breaking down was due to certain circumstances, not because that inherently reflects on either person in that situation. Okay? All right? That is so important because so many people, because once again, a lot of the demographic within this space skews younger. A lot of people don't know and don't have and haven't developed emotional intelligence to be able to navigate a situation, and will take boundary setting or things like that, or just like like they don't communicate, but then they'll rant to their friends and then they won't talk to the person that has hurt them. But then they don't have a problem writing a 7-page document about how that person wronged them, but they didn't even talk to that person to address the situation. That's not the way you go about that either. That's like, and I know it's difficult, but guess what? You gotta put your big adult pants on and you gotta talk to people. You gotta talk to people. I don't know what to tell you. You work in entertainment. There's no way you're not gonna be able to communicate things with other people. You can't just passive aggressively navigate this business. You just can't. You can't, entertainment in general. You just can't. And also, your relationships will be stronger in your life the more that you can be more upfront and communicative, okay? So, I say all these different things, all the different next, Vishojo, the Luminara thing. Like, having feedback from your peers is really important. From peers you trust and who have proven that they have your back and their best interests. Obviously, if you're not going to like slide to someone, you obviously talk to people you've built relationships with, or honest, and it's like, I don't know. It's very if there's anything, once again, to bring it back to the beginning, like look what we can do when we put our powers together in terms of for good, objective good for other people. It's time to also use that power to do collective good for ourselves, to have our own backs. Obviously, I know contracts and NDAs are a thing. I work, once again, in entertainment. I know that's a thing. But I also think that having insight to certain situations and having your peers give advice on how to navigate things is really important. And because and that we should be open to also helping other people answer questions. And when we give that information, try to do it as unbiased as possible, to try to give facts. Okay? All right? Facts is important. You are sharing information that is with verifiable sources, not a he said, she said, 3 times removed situation. Okay? And yeah, I'm tired of the bullshit. Good people doing really good things. It's like, it's bullshit. And the one thing that I will say about, and here's the one thing I will say. Here's the one thing also, one thing I will say, looking at that I've been saying for 4 hours. The one thing you have to understand, though, and that gives me some sort of hope, is that the truth will always come out. And I've never seen that more than within streaming and within the VTuber community. Bad actors will always be found. They will always be outed. And usually they will always get their comeuppance. Whereas in entertainment and film, to this day, you will still find abusers winning Oscars and getting jobs and being rewarded. I find that in this space, it is comforting. It is very comforting that to know that eventually people will get their comeuppance. And we are collectively seeing that we don't want it. We don't want this shit anymore. And I hope that this inspires us to communicate better as an industry. It inspires us to communicate better and more empathetically amongst one another. And we should be educating one another too. And being open. And I know people are busy, I know I'm very busy. I know a lot of people like I know I'm crazy busy, like navigating a lot of different things. But I will still make time if somebody is coming to me about a situation. There was another VTuber who Luminara had approached and who had talked to me and said, I don't have any experience and I was really excited, but I really trust you. And for you to say something meant that you knew something was up. And I feel really scared. And I don't know how to navigate because I don't have any experience in entertainment. And when I spoke to this person, I wasn't like, oh, this person did X, Y, and Z. Like, I didn't even mention some of the things I've mentioned here. I just said, ask these questions. And if you find their answers satisfactory, that's your business. And if you don't, then you don't. For me, when I asked these questions, I found that the response was not satisfactory, and that's why I moved in a different direction. I tried to keep the personal instances outside of the conversation. Okay? I even tried to do that so people can make their own decisions. I don't want to be out here doing a slander campaign for nobody. People are totally capable of working out their own business decisions. So, and I just think that, I just think that there's been a lot of hurt and just a lot of frustration in general, right? Because I feel like, obviously, obviously the Vishoja thing is so heartbreaking for so many reasons. I think people really look to that company as a beacon of light, in like, in a, I know I did. That we thought that they were treating the talents fabulously. I know that I supported merch drops because I thought it was going to the talent and I believed in the company. And I think it just really, I think that there is a shift. This whole situation is a shift. And because too much has happened in such a short time. And I hope that that encourages everybody to work together more to protect ourselves better. It really sucks. It really sucks because so many people are hurt. It sucks because so many people are hurt. So many people that have done nothing but entertain us and help us get through difficult times. Great, amazing, wonderful, wonderful streamers. And forever scarring them. Nobody deserves heartbreak like that. Nobody. It is your responsibility when you decide to engage in business with other people that you do so earnestly, transparently, forthright, and especially so 10 times over when it comes to money. 100 times so when it comes to fucking charity. The onus should not be on the industry. The onus should not be on the community to right a wrong. It should not be on us to fix that problem. But we do it lovingly. We do it lovingly because we'll be damned. We'll be fucking damned if we'll let other people come in and mess with the people we care about. To show that we are so much stronger and so much better than the bad actors. We've seen too many people. This has happened too much. We saw it with MSM. We're seeing it with Vshoujo. We've seen it with a few other agencies in this space. We've seen it with individual people like Cam, like what was it? I think Shinu Bazu or whatever was their name. We're seeing it too much. And it's I just think that, and I'm not saying like, and to clarify on the onus on the community for fundraising, what I'm saying is that like I can't believe we had to rally to do that. I just can't. I just can't believe that's like so much money. Any amount of money would have been despicable, but how could you do that? How could you tune into her stream every day? How could you tune into her stream every day, seeing that she's streaming 24 hours a day? How could you see that she is putting herself to the maximum limit because she is knowingly doing this for a cause that she suffers from? How could you sleep at night? How could you sleep at night watching any of them, knowing the position you're putting them in? How could you sit there and be involved with bits? How could you sit there and be involved with videos and stuff, and you place yourself as this great, wonderful person, knowing full well what you were doing? And I say that for all the other situations too. How could that happen to the people who are affected by MSM, by that guy Seth? How can you not see your own actions? It's so beyond me. It's so beyond me. I can't even comprehend it, because I would fucking never. You should talk to Samahab. The way that I think I don't do enough because I feel like you've given me so much. I literally cry because I feel like I don't do enough sometimes. Because I take that responsibility so deeply, so seriously. And how people will be so flippant about it. How could you? You know? Like, I just don't understand it. And it's like, I don't know. It's just, it's just frustrating, you know? It's just really, it's so upsetting. You know, I watched Mouse's video and I just, Don Don and I were in bed because we were on set on Monday. We were on set on Monday when the news dropped. And so couldn't do anything because we were at work. And when I watched the video at night, we were in bed and we were just sobbing, both of us. We were both crying. How could you? And let this be a lesson to anybody. Let this be a lesson that nobody is immune. Nobody is immune. You think that you can do that. You think that you can do that and that you're golden and you'll get away with it. But it's yeah, I know. I was lurking. I was lurking yesterday. I was sobbing yesterday. Yeah. I really hope that we are stronger for this after all the pain that's been happening. Oh my God, of course. Of course, lactose. I never want something that I've had to navigate, and I feel like I really have felt it more these past few years, is this like, and you know, I'm not perfect either, right? Like, obviously, like, I mean, I feel like I suffer a lot from, like I said, I still have a lot of insecurities and stuff. And I, but I will not, somebody else doing something bad, I will not give them the right to rob joy of somebody else in my community who has been there and who supports me. You know what I mean? I will not give them that. I will not let bad actors have that power. How dare you even think that you can do that? You know? And that's the thing. Like, when it comes to Kim and like the Luminara thing, I was like, how dare you? How fucking dare you? How dare you think that you can be in this space for a year and think that you're gonna do it better than people who have been in this space for like 8 years? You think you're gonna come in and be the golden boy and change everything, and you think you can take advantage of people, right? You don't think people are not gonna sniff that shit out? It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's crazy. How are you sitting there at night? How are you sitting there at night, laying in your bed, selling lies, and you don't think it's going to catch up with you? You got to have a fucking chutzpah. You got to have a lot of fucking balls. I know that people say it, but as a matter of fact, I got a secret for you. Delulu is not the Salulu. I know that that's crazy. You know? It's just crazy, right? You know? And I just think, like, yeah, I hope that, I really, really hope that we can, I know we'll be stronger with it. I obviously think it's like a sort, like, obviously everything is really fresh, but Um, yeah, it's just really, really, really frustrating to, and I feel like, and like, it's frustrating because um, how could you, right? Like, I feel like people can say, like, how could you not know, right? How could you not know if something was happening for a long time that smelled fishy, right? And things can be really complicated in life. Okay, things can be really complicated. There can be a lot of different reasons. It could be literally a contract is holding you legally together. It could be other things, right? Like when Mouse said she felt responsible for the livelihood of other people, right? That's what she was made to feel like, which is not her responsibility. But I could empathize with that. I could empathize with that. I can empathize with that because as a designer in my life, you're responsible for hiring crew, and some people, are so loyal to you that they won't work with other people. So then you feel like you are responsible for other people's livelihoods. And it's an unfair thing to make somebody responsible for somebody else's livelihood. Unless you're fucking married to them and that's what you agreed to, obviously, like stay at home partners or whatever. And if your business relies on one person, then your business is pretty bad. You know what I mean? In the same way, once again, that Luminara was using me and had mentioned other names too. I wasn't the other one, but it's up to them to speak their piece. But I definitely know I was constantly a name that was being dropped. But using my name to get other people on board. I should not be the reason people want to sign on to your company. They should want to sign on because your company is offering them something that they can't get anywhere else. And the proof is in the pudding. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's even Disney. Yes. Well, the entertainment industry in general, I mean, that's a whole other conversation. Whole other conversation. I mean, like I said, I hope that this encourages people in the VTubing space to be, like I said, more communicative with one another, ask advice from their peers, be more open in terms of giving perspectives, and also just like to ask questions more. Because I feel like that is a gap of knowledge this space does not have. It does not have a lot of industry experience. And so you have a lot of people who are navigating business in a way that also doesn't make sense. If you're interested in doing this as a career, obviously, if this is a hobby for you, it's a hobby, But like entertainment is always going to have bad people. That's the truth of the matter, right? It doesn't mean like, oh my God, this is the end of it. And then we're never going to have bad actors in the space again. Unfortunately, hi Belle, baby, welcome on in. Hi. The entertainment space is always going to have bad people. That's the hard truth of it all. There's always going to be an asshole. We're going to find out in a year. There's going to be some other guy or person. And I say guy in in the collective, I'm non-gendered parentheses guy. We're gonna find out some fucking schmuck. There you go. That's not. Did you see? That's non-gendered. You're gonna find some fucking schmuck who's gonna think that they can be the one to get away with it, and they're not gonna be able to get away with it, and they're gonna have, it's always gonna happen. It's always gonna happen because entertainment inherently attracts ego, narcissistic people, all this stuff. You're always going to find people like that, right? But I think the difference is that I think the more that, I just think that the more that we can help one another and be able to also do so and navigate relationships in a way that is professional versus personal, the more that people understand that that is something that is okay, is good. But I just think that I don't know. I know it's weird to say, but I'm actually rather optimistic about the future. I think idol VTubers are always going to they're going to be idols. You're going to have, but I feel like if I can make a prediction, I feel like it's not going to be, I feel like the conversation of indie versus corpo has been a constant conversation, as if that determines somebody's value. Or people are going to be like, I don't like corpo streamers because they're corpo. We should not be focusing the conversation versus corpo versus indie, because we should still support fabulous corpo streamers if they make you happy and they provide joy in your life. There's nothing wrong supporting your Oshi who happens to be part of a corpo. FaZe Connect, V4 Mirai, Hololive, whatever it is, Niji Sanji. If that person brings you joy, that person brings you joy. But I do think maybe what it's going to be is that people who are just like more idol VTubers, like it's going to be more like, idol VTuber. It's going to be more about like idol VTubers versus non-idol VTubers. As this business grows, we're going to have different subsections, right? You're going to have your chatting VTubers, your idol VTubers, your gamer VTubers, and then that'll further, develop. You know what I mean? In the same way that the film industry, right? You have the movie industry, you have commercials, you have music videos, you have television, and there are overlaps sometimes within that space, but really those are funnels within the industry. Oh, Allie, thank you oh my God, Allie, thank you so much for the 5,000 biddies. Thank you so much. Mwah. Thank you so much. That was very generous of you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Weird Al said he doesn't parody so much anymore, but no longer a monoculture. Yes, exactly. I don't think we're seeing, here's the thing. You're going to see naturally in an industry, there's going to be things that shift over time because it's developing its identity, right? And the VTuber industry is still relatively young. I was reading literally an article, I think it was Rolling Stone published it, talking about the future of VTubing. And I think Maury Calliope from Hololive, right? Take your feelings out of the situation. I'm just speaking about something that she said in the article. And she said, the VTubing industry is still young. This is Maury. And she's like, maybe in 10 years, we're going to start seeing the level of appreciation for this medium of entertainment in the same way that we see other forms of entertainment. That's a long time. That's a long time. And a lot can happen in that time. Look what happens year to year, right? Yeah. Okay. Yes, Twinbee. I think also specifically about the fee shoujos, it's really important to not. We do not know. We do not know what happened besides what the ex talents have told us. Okay. I know there's people going around saying that they got sources and all this other bullshit. Okay, whatever that is. If it has not come from people who are at who were at VShojo, whether it was talent or prospective talent, or if it was staff coming from their mouths, it is fucking hearsay. Okay? Give these people the respect they deserve. Okay? Don't be like in the corner fucking tinfoil and all this shit in terms of whatever it is. Okay? All right? It is really, really important. Until they say it, until they reveal it, the information we know that is true is what the people who are directly involved, okay? Especially when it comes to something as serious as this, okay? And it is absolutely abhorrent that people think that this is a great time and opportunity to get lots of views and follows by using the tragedy of the situation, by trying to get clicks because they have some sort of inside kind of thing. It's bullshit. Out of the respect for the people involved, you should only be sharing. If I was in that situation, just put yourself in that situation. Put yourself in that situation. If that stuff was happening to you, you want people fucking finding out, basically the virtual equivalent of hiding in your bushes and being like, well, I spoke to this, this person's girlfriend's cousin's brother's nephew's uncle who told me that maybe she took a shit at this time. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, respect people and what they're going through. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. I'm really upset about that. I am actually very upset about that people are actually using something like this and just not understanding the severity of the situation and just thinking it's a great time to like kind of uplift themselves. Okay? There is I just, if it's not from the people themselves, just that's it. All right? But yeah, that's all right. And I know you can't stop people, right? People are going to do what they're going to do. People are going to do what they're going to do. But it's your choice in order to engage with it. Okay? You can't control what other people do. You can only control how you respond or you engage in a situation, right? So think about that. Okay? Anyway, I feel like I've spoken my piece on a lot of different situations. There's one final thing I wanted to say. Now that it's been officially approved, I know, I can't believe there's one more thing to say. The theme of today's conversation has been standing up for yourself and doing your business right. So in that vein, I I feel comfortable speaking on this only because it'll go into effect in like a week. I will no longer be working with Advanced UG. I'm very appreciative for everyone who has supported my partnership with them. I think the transition will be finalized by the end of the week. And so, and that was I feel like that wasn't really I don't know if that is as I'm just informing you that that is I'm moving in a different direction. In general, I've been, like I said, I think I made this, I had talked about this a little before. I've been working really hard behind the scenes, just getting my affairs all in order because of all the craziness that's been happening. And so, and because of all the things that have been going on, I just kind of want to work with people that are interested in working with me and that are passionate about working with me. And so that is my energy moving forward with a lot of the businesses I choose to engage with. So I think by the end of the week, you'll see that shift and change. So if you're interested in, I think there was only a few of you who would order from Advance. But just know that I will not be working with them. So, just a heads up about that also. Okay? So yeah, I think we covered a lot of different things. I'm sorry that this wasn't normally the most fun, uplifting stream. I feel like there's been a lot happening and going on, and a lot of changes. I definitely think please, please, take the time to check out the Tiltify link that is pinned in chat. Iron Mouse is raising money for the Immunodeficiency Fund. It is wild. The change we have done in just a few days, or everybody has done in a few days. Also, thank you, everybody. So many nice people complimenting on my model. Thank you very much. You can always type !model to see the people who worked on it. I wanted to clarify the next situation. In terms of that, I also wanted to give a lot of context to kind of the things that have been happening this year and kind of what has been navigating my emotions and my headspace. I wanted to finally talk about the Luminara thing, given all the things that have been happening in the space. Another disclaimer about the Luminara thing. Once again, my issue specifically also was with one person. I have no idea how they're moving forward, but it looks like they are moving forward. So, like I said, my issue was with one person who tried to take advantage of me, but ultimately could not. And then the news about Advance. So, but I definitely think it's been a time. It's been a time. So make sure to support all the people who have also been affected from V Shoujo. Make sure to show them a lot of love. I can't imagine what they've been going through. Same goes for some of the staff, for sure. Um, like I said, um, every oh, Johnsy, thank you so much for the 5. Damn, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Mwah. Thank you, honey. Thank you so much. That was very sweet of you. Thank you. Thank you. Am I okay? I'm okay. I'm okay. Uh, I'm okay. I think there's just been a lot happening. Um, it's like I feel like I'm objectively doing okay, right? I'm working on my stuff this year, which this year has been a lot about like just evaluating my life and just choices and stuff, and working hard in terms of making steps towards that full time creator life. I'm very grateful. Honestly, like I'm so grateful for all of you. I made a really big jump this year in terms of now sharing like IRL pictures of myself and things. It's definitely emboldened me to do further exploration, and um, you might start seeing some IRL content from me. I don't, at this time, everything is going to be under the same umbrella. And I have to say, um, this year has just been about me like getting like my foundational stuff in order, like learning more about content, learning about creation, learning about how to build a business, surround myself with the things I need. And I hi RX man, hi honey. I'm I definitely like this year has been I think I will tell you the craziest thing. The craziest thing about doing my face reveal. The craziest thing about doing my face reveal, and the craziest thing that I've started to experience this year, and I started to experience it a little bit last year. Like I think I started experiencing it when I went to Twitch HQ for like a ambassador kind of summit thing. I know this sounds crazy. When I created the character, Miss Lala, when I created the concept of this character, um, I, for me, it was always, for me, this was a person that was someone I could aspire to be. I sent, when I sent Mads Okuda references, I did put one selfie, but then I put a bunch of other references, and I said these are the 2 other big references, right? Which I've talked about before, which is the Disney short Paperman, and then the Japanese animated movie Belle. And I was like, well, like I've talked about before, a lot of the inspiration behind the diner was that like I saw people being regulars in stream, and it's like, it felt like it was like the perfect combination, right? Like you're a regular at a diner where you know what's going on, like they know about you, right? All these different things. And um it all felt it wasn't I may not be like a dragon or an elf or a magical girl or something, but for me that felt magical enough because I always thought that the world of the diner was a magical realist place. and and that Miss Lala the VTuber was this different thing. And one of the kindest and yet most difficult things that has started to happen is that when I've met people in person, when I did the face reveal, and even when I did like my painting stream, and when I've hung out with people at conventions, especially at Off-Kai and Anime Expo, I know this sounds really crazy, but I was like, so many people were like, oh my God, you're one to one. You're one to one. You're one to one. You're just like your model. You're just like your model. And I was like, oh, I always feel like there's something different. Sure. Okay. Brown hair, green eyes, red lipstick, whatever. And the fashion. I get it. I get it. Like the vibe is there. The vibe is there. Everyone was like, no, no, no. Like you are one to the person, like on stream, like your personality. And I remember talking to Don about it, like one day coming home from Anime Expo. And I was just like, I am so surprised when people are like, you're one to one. Because I always felt like Lala was always to be a character in my head, but I never also did anything different, right? I've always been myself. And I said, I was like, I'm so surprised people are saying that because I feel like I am who I am. But I also like, I don't know. I'm also surprised because I still feel like Miss Lala the VTuber is different than me, Lala the person. And Don said, it's really hard for you to see because you hold such a low opinion of yourself. And so what you consider aspirational, a version of yourself that you feel like doesn't exist, already exists, and other people see that and you can't see that. And I think it's really hard. I think it's really hard. And I'm trying really hard to have my back more often. But I think that's been like the biggest struggle I've had. And honestly, it's taken a long time for me to feel comfortable again to even take pictures of myself. And every time I do stuff, I am my most confident self when I'm here in the diner. And when I see you in person, but the minute that like a camera is turned on and put towards me, it is very nerve-wracking. And I am, for the first time, yesterday I filmed my first IRL piece of content. It's a short, which will be released soon. And I was really, really nervous. And because I still feel like I sh- I constantly I don't know, it's hard. I constantly think that I'm uh I don't know. Like I still get in my head a lot, and it's really hard. And I think with all the stuff that has happened this year, um it's just been a lot of whiplashing. Um it's been a lot of whiplashing emotionally, and yeah, I think that um to the point that I've said earlier a few times, like I think doing this and having your love and support is has definitely given me a lot of my confidence back, and that industry felt like I let them take it away from me. I feel like I have a lot more dignity, despite the amount of dick jokes I like to say on stream. And I I think that it's just it's been a journey, and thank you very much for being alongside it. Thank you for the support. It's been a very emotional past few days. Obviously, my heart absolutely broke for Iron Mouse and the other V2 V Shoujo members and the staff too. And and then also dealing with the next stuff, and just also some of the other things that we're having, like I said, the Luminara thing. It's just been a lot. And it's yeah, I hope that you are taking time to take care of yourself too. I am oh, thank you so much, Black, Morgrim, Drelic, and Danny, for your subs. Thank you so much. Sorry I missed those. Sorry, thank you. Really appreciate it. I'm working really hard. I am working. The Diner team has expanded a little bit more to help work on seriously, you know, in terms of working on next steps and stuff. I'm working on just more stuff, and I really appreciate the continued support. There's gonna be, yeah, I'm trying to work out this, you know, my life in this space. I think a lot of us are, and so, you know, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've said a lot already. I was gonna stream only for a little bit, but I feel like I've been ranting for a long time now, and I said basically all the important things that needed to be said. Yeah. I love you. I love you all so much. Thank you so much for all your support. Really, 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 really. I really mean it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really, really do. It's been so it's been so much, right? And I feel like everybody. I feel like there's always something, right? And I feel like one of my biggest frustrations recently has been I haven't been able to be consistent with my streaming schedule just because of work. and I still have to do that work because I'm not in a position to. I'm not in a position to. Whatchamacallit, to brain fart. To. Ay, coño. I'm not in a position to declare myself as a full-time streamer. Even if it demands full-time work, I can't say I'm a full-time creator because I still depend on another source of income, right? But I'm really appreciative. Thank you for being so wonderful and so kind. It's been a lot to manage. I'm trying really hard. It is really, really challenging to do everything by yourself. Also, I think that's been a thing. Remember, I mean, even some of the largest VTubers still are doing everything themselves. They might be working with certain people to like help, but a lot of the time they're managing a lot of things just on their own shoulders, on top of whatever else is happening. So, if I could leave a homework assignment with all of you, that is to, make sure you share with make sure you check out a streamer today that you really like and tell them how much you appreciate them. I think we could all use a little extra love right now in our lives, given everything that's happening. Okay. So make sure you do that. Please, no homework. It's good homework, and I'll make sure. But I will be back here tomorrow. We'll be streaming Peak. We have a very fun collabs lined up. Like I said, it's gonna be with Ray. Glasses Journal is hosting, and it's gonna be Ray, Smilky, Onsta, and Sayu. We're all gonna be playing Peak together. And oh, thank you. Make sure. Oh, thank you. Oh, not me, other people. Not me, other people. Other people. But I will be back here tomorrow. We'll play that. We'll see if we do any kind of other yapping. But I did think it was really important before that collab to like hang out. You're all so sweet. Thank you. We will go back to hopefully we will go back to normal schedule, normal quote unquote. The news schedule will start again next week. But Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays, we've been trying to experiment with the times of things. So, it's a crazy world. I'm glad. Oh, thank you. Oh, I wish I could take the day to focus on me. I just have a lot of fucking work to do. After this, I got some more work to do because, like I said, I just finished. It's been crazy. Did a commercial last week. This week I had a music video. Next week I have a short film. So it's been a bit crazy while also trying to navigate all the things that I need to get off the ground for here. I actually was supposed to go to a bachelorette party this weekend, but there was unfortunately a conflict with this project that I'm working on. So, just to go to show, maybe I'll go to the movies this weekend or something. That'll be the treat to myself. You know what I mean? What am I gonna do? Oh my goodness. First, thank you so much. Oh, thanks, Fox. Welcome on in. Oh my God. Thanks for coming in and thanks for the sub, honey. I really appreciate it. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Oh, thank you. Hey, oh, Mecca, what the heck? We're closing up the door. What are you doing? Oh my God! Don't worry. Well, the VOD will be here for those who are interested. We've been working hard on catching up to YouTube. We are starting to upload shorts again. VODs are actually being uploaded. I know it's crazy. So, um, if you're not following the YouTube, make sure to do that. Oh, Mecca! But thank you so much for the 10 gifted. What the fuck? Thank you so much. That was very sweet of you. Thank you, Mecca. Thank you, honey. Mwah. Thank you, everybody. I think. Listen, we're gonna keep the party going. The very sad party. I'm gonna send you off to have a nice time. I'm gonna send you off somewhere to have a nice time. Okay, all right. I'm not. We had the serious conversations in here. We gotta. I gotta uplift you a little bit more. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. What I'm saying. So I think what we're gonna do is I think if it was up to me, which it is, I can't think of a better place to unwind from a diner than maybe enjoying some snacks and some rides at a theme park. We're gonna raid Bug, of course. I think, of course, that makes it easy. Of course, Bug's life. It's good to raid Bug. Let's raid Bug. Let's hang out with Bug. She'll be the vibes you need to get through the rest of your day. If you don't know Bug, Bug is also a Twitch ambassador. She is a Toon Tuber. She is a theme park mascot VTuber, who is comfy, cozy, and very chaotic and hilarious. Love her. She's my fucking bitch. I fucking love her. So good time to hang out with her. She just started, so I think perfect place to keep the party going. So we crashed at a theme park. She better not have the llama. I don't know. It depends. It depends if there's a certain somebody might be hanging out over there. Like a certain Randy Zazzle. Randy Zazzle also always brings her llama, but that's okay if he brings it. Okay, that's enough. Okay, we're gonna go raid Bug. Let's go raid Bug. Yeah. Okay. You know what to do. You know what to raid, right? You just got here? Well, I've been live for 5 hours. What to tell you? Watch the VOD. I'll see you soon. I'll see you mañana. Watch the VOD. What can I say? Okay? Yeah. Yes. I was at work. What? What? So watch it later. I don't know what to tell you. It's okay. No stress. You're going to a good place, though. I'm not gonna do you dirty in terms of where I'm sending you off to. Have a good time. Okay? Have a great time. I will say hi to John. I'll give him all your love. Bye. Bye, Eco. You're gonna have a great time, Bug. Bye. See you later. Bye. See you mañana. Bye, everybody.